Gold hammer shotgun. Gold hammer shotgun. Gold hammer shotgun. Gold hammer shotgun.
games across 3 days. That is brilliant. Midweek mayhem is getting seriously heated.
Do you need a free, easy way to capture your screen? Introducing Outplayed. Record anything.
Yeah, I gotta hit the
There you
roof.
go. Oh. Nice. Okay, you could reboot here, or you could not reboot here. That's two possible
What about there?
choices. That's gonna be in storm. No, that's not.
Yeah, but I could like weave
Wait,
in.
that's in storm? Wait, that's not in storm, I lied.
No, it's in storm, but like barely. No, if I reboot you, they're gonna hop on me. Look, the teams are right there. Dang it, bro. They don't want to see me win, dude. I hit that. 121.
So bro is just sniping.
Dude, you see them? Like, they're lagging around everywhere. How am I supposed to hit anything?
Yeah.
Bro, they're literally gliding. Oh my gosh, man. They gotta fix the Fortnite servers, dude. Oh, I hit that. Oh my god. Dude, like, look at that. They're teleporting.
I'm definitely scared of you.
Bro.
I can go right side here.
Yeah, I'm thinking right side
Either
too.
that or left side.
Yeah, W clutch in chat. Can we clutch it, guys? Job, like, and subscribe. Thanks so much, Clouds. Chat to you, man.
I hate snipers, bro. I get sniped and then you snipe people.
Yeah, that's true, dude. Honestly, I think Fortnite would be a better game without snipers in general. Let's just add DMRs, nothing else.
Wait, you might not even.
Only
you have to
DMRs.
get done, you have to get done.
Yeah, I know. This zone's fast. I think, dude, they should just make a season where it's only DMRs and mechs, nothing else. Would you like that? I think that'd be a great season.
Yeah, exactly.
No, dude, okay, Epic Games, don't get any ideas, bro. I'm joking. It's a joke. It's a prank. Oh my, bro,
Are you
this
playing
kid.
this as a solo or rebooting?
Should I reboot? I could try, but I mean, these kids are literally gliding around. They're having a full-on ballet over here.
Storm's about to come, so it's either now or never.
Now or
Are they on
never?
it?
No, they're on it, bro.
No, you can't. Yeah. No, there's people to your right, there's people to your right. Shockwave, someone to your left, there's someone to your left.
Dude, you said shockwaves. There's no shockwaves.
Yeah, there is. Get the medkit and then shockwaves.
Wait.
Oh,
W meta. W meta.
build metal.
Oh. Never back down, never what?
Never give up.
Okay, I want that sniper bag, bro. I was cooking with that thing. Oh yeah, just hit me. Max damage through my wall. All good.
Wait, that's a solo. I look at this as block break. I think you win a block break.
Oh my gosh, bro. I can't take those.
Try to save your shockwaves, because your shockwaves can be like your
Best friend, yeah.
You might just have to shockwave here.
I want to go left side and get that old loot, bro. If I get that old loot, I'm chilling. There's so much stuff.
Go left. I think you should be able to. Someone to your behind.
It's in storm. I can get the wood though. It was one piece of wood. Are you for real?
3 wood.
What am I gonna do with that? That looks like a solo.
From my POV, you like long. Okay, yeah. I think you just go left. Keep going left. You have that side here.
No, I guess a duo. He's just very far from the solo.
He's not really anything.
I'm gonna grief him, bro. That's what I'm gonna do.
Nice. You're gonna try to get height with your shockwave later this zone, so just be ready. Because if you can get height here, you could probably win.
No, that is true, yeah. Guys, like and subscribe. So much. Thank you, Dylan. Shots to you, bro.
I don't think you go for height now, though. I think you just go. I think you go right side here, because left side is gonna be a long rotate.
Yeah, true. Actually, I can get my sniper. No, it's not pulling. Actually, never mind. I thought it was pulling more to the right.
Go right here. Go right. Careful, there's someone in this box. Place a stair or something. Nice. Look back at them. Look back at them.
No, I literally built, bro. Just didn't build fast enough.
Just show here. You saw that one shot, babe. Try to use it for height. Try to use it for height. Nice.
I'm so good.
Nice. Get all that.
I love this game.
Big pot, big pot, big pot. Very big, very big. Nice, you have 3 bigs. Full build, full build.
I dropped my sniper again though, man. My life is over. I just picked it up for that one snipe.
Worst enemy. Try to be careful about height. Be careful about height here. If you can get height here, you win. Look for it.
Oh, they're staring at me.
Is it solo? It's a duo. I don't think that's worth it. No, you can't get it. You can't get it. It's a duo.
Main take fall damage. Clouds the $5 thing, bro. Shout out to you. Oh my gosh, dude, it is so laggy.
I say you pop a big pot here.
Yeah, good call. Dude, I need these guys to fight.
Oh, you have decent mats. You can still tarp. Decent mats. You can get height. You can get height. You can get height. Go up. Go up.
Dude, how do you want me to go up here?
Nice. Knock him.
37 is crazy.
You have 15 builds. Nice. You guys match. Nice.
Is it 2v1 for the win? Oh, it's a 2v1. Oh, I just can't even build. Okay, nice.
W second though.
Yippee! W
You got so
second.
many kills there.
Bro, I would have loved to actually hear him and then maybe place my wall, but, you know, whatever. All good. If you guys enjoyed the stream so far, smash the like button, dude. Smash the subscribe button. Helps out a ton. We got second, and I got like 5 kills there, so I mean, not bad. I don't think I could have 1v2'd that anyway. Those kids were stacked. They did nothing but just camp on height with 0 kills that whole time, so unfortunate. Crazy Halo, thank you, bro. Oh, rank are you? I'm in Unreal rank, guys. But yeah, if you're enjoying the stream, dude, smash the like button, smash the sub button. We're streaming every day right now, guys. Every day. And if you want to become a pro player in Fortnite, make sure to check out my brand new map, Infinite Box Fights FFA. It'll make you so much better than your friends, and it will make you so cracked so you can rank up fast. I've been using it to rank up. This is actually how I hit Unreal rank really quick. By playing this map every day for like an hour a day, warming up my aim, warming up my edits, warming up my piece control. So make sure to check it out. Map code's right here on screen. It's also on screen at all times at the bottom. It's super cracked, dude. It is super cracked. You got nukes, you got kill streaks, we got all of the new weapons, and you just practice your box fights. There's 12 other players that you're fighting, and it's super good, bro. It's super good. I like and sub. Thank you, Lucas. Shout out to you, man. Wait, the servers feel better. Hold up. When I fix their game, no way.
Wait, they actually do. I can.
Dude, this feels better off spawn than it did in that end game. How does that work? The math is not mathing, bro. There's a sub. Thank you, Brayden. Shout out to you, man. Touch grass? I can't, guys. No more grass. No more.
Bro, I hate snipers. If I think a snipe there, we win.
Oh, that would have been such a free win, yeah. I like snipers when I have them because I hit every snipe, but when other people have them, it's personal. And yo, Trick Shot with the $2. Thank you, bro. Can you say my name? Of course I can. Thanks so much for 2, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's get some don't have them in chat, boys. Bro, who's DJ Khaled? Your mic's like mad quiet again, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Should I become a professional Clash Royale? Should I like actually become a professional Clash Royale?
I think you should be a pro Fortnite coach.
$1 off that. I got you. Coaching you in next solo victory cup.
Yes, sir.
Solo victory cups are actually so easy.
Nah, they are, man. It hurts me inside knowing that I'm 110 pitting when I'm trying to do anything. It looks so fun too. If I was hard 0, I think I would actually play every solo cash cup. I wouldn't even care that it's midnight. Like you just straight WP everyone, win a quick $100, carry on with your night.
I'm playing the one tomorrow, and the one tomorrow is actually really early. Your time is like, so it's 3 to 5 your time.
No way. Wait.
4
Is
to
it
6 your time, and then 7 to 8, I think.
is it solo cash cup round 1 and round 2?
Yeah.
Wait, I coached pro laptop player Sicko Lucky to earnings in the solo cash cup finals.
I get good FPS as well.
Wait, the content. Wait, chat. W content?
No.
What do we think?
I got Sicko Lucky. His first earnings, not really.
Not really. Add it to the pile earnings. Nah, that's good content. But you'd actually have to win cash though. Like if I coach you and you don't win, then I got no content. Bro would have to get first. I got a full brief as well. Light work, no
Pros
reaction.
don't even care anymore. They just key. Like they could all make $200 every single time. They just key for no reason.
Nah, that is true. People are just psychos. They think they're re and then they just die
They're
instantly.
like 555.
It's funny. I need a sniper by the way.
Pros
If you
have,
see any
like,
extra, let me know.
555. I'm like screaming at them. Wait, take this one. I'm screaming at them. Don't key. You have 555 and 6 medkits, and then they key a kid that side and then die.
Yeah, they don't care.
They rage.
They're all trying to get that new record. The world record's more important. What's up, Balo? What's up?
Yeah, $76.
No, but think about all the McDonald's you can get with 76 whole dollars. Those are American dollars too, bro. That's a lot of McDonald's. Could be worth. 2 shots. Hot chat. We feeling a win this game?
I smell a chest.
I smell a win, dude.
Right, like I can actually move.
Yeah, right. Like this feels so much better.
I think we can key a bit. Wait, 4 shockwaves? We didn't even land that one spot yet.
Yeah, right. I mean, we could rotate that way if you want to get 18.
There's more shockwaves? I have 6 shockwaves, so unless you want some, I'm stacked.
Dang. Okay, yeah, you're chilling. Yeah, hop in the whip. Hop in the McLaren. Yeah, I've actually been thinking I should swap out the McLaren for something else. What other car should I put on? I have all of them. I bought every single
one. It's a really good one. Like,
what one?
you should get the one that has like it doesn't change it at all. That one's so sick.
What?
The one that
oh, the whiplash?
That's the best.
Yeah, I mean you're not wrong.
Yoink.
Nah, dude, I can't. I already have 2 bananas. I'm good. I got mobility. Do you still want to go over here? Or?
You know, like when you. Yeah, I mean, no, we don't.
Miss loot.
I think it's kind of pay to win. Cause you know when you get in the car, like that effect that it does.
Yeah.
When you first time get in it, no one can even shoot you through windows or anything because you literally can't see them.
No, I'm 99% sure the Fortnite cars, the cosmetic ones that you buy, are actually pay to win. Here's my reasoning. So you remember that gate at Lavish, like right over here, that's normally closed, and you have to smack it once to open it. So if you have the whiplash, which is like the default non-pay to win one, the car won't fit through the gate. You have to break the whole gate down. But if you have the McLaren, the 720S, it fits right through the gate, no problem. Meaning it actually squishes the hitbox of the car. So the hitbox of that McLaren is smaller than the whiplash. Meaning it is technically pay to win.
You gotta. Wait.
I'm not kidding. You can try it out if you don't believe me. I don't know if they patched the gate or changed it at all. But last season I was doing that all the time where I would break the gate, go through it in a McLaren, and someone would try to chase me, but they would have a whiplash or like a different version of the car, and they would get stuck on the gate and they couldn't chase me. I did it all the time in solos. Really funny. Yeah, kind of meta though. It works with the Lambo too. The Lambo has the same hitbox. Oh, kids. Oh, how'd I miss that?
Go forward a bit. I'm shockwaving up.
Peeky, bro.
Yeah, I'll shockwave up. You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Actually, I'm gonna use a fizz because I don't get it.
No! Peek your head slower, dude.
30 on this guy?
Nope. I just can't build on anything.
I pipe.
Coming up. I popped the banana.
So fizzy, man. 60.
60. Alright, that kid's just a bot.
140
I don't know what
on
he's
the blue
doing.
one. It's like a blue skin.
Where's Ellington? Oh, that's so close. Isn't down. You have 6 shocks. That guy's not going anywhere.
He's getting in the car.
Nah, that's all you, bro.
No, I didn't do it.
I can't help you.
Just
You're on your
stop
own.
the car a bit.
I'm just gonna get my finish.
Oh, you knocked that guy?
Yeah. I knocked him a while ago, bro.
Oh.
Oh, he definitely crawled. Oh, he definitely crawled. No. Wait, chat, where is he? You guys always know. You still trying to kill that guy?
Yes, but he's just running that way. He has like 12 shockwaves. 56.
Have you considered carrying more shocks? Oh, I got my finish. That's down. He died over here
Cracked him.
somewhere.
If I die to this kid, I'm just spraying because I don't want to hop in because he's definitely it.
Chat, where's my finish, bro? I heard him die. Here, I'm gonna chop the bill.
200.
Nice.
Okay, what's this?
Oh wait, new kids are pulling up. Oh gosh.
Oh, there's new kids on me as well.
I'll get to you.
Shockwave.
I'm still just trying to find my finishes, Lou, bro.
Shockwaves are.
I like and sub. Thank you so much. Hop, I appreciate you, man. Shout out to you.
There's people in front of us. If you want to
There's
see them.
kids behind us too. They were trying to lightning me. Considering they're still using lightning, I say we W key them. They're probably bad. Like he didn't shoot me. He just instantly started using
I don't
lightning on
take
me.
shockwaves, so.
Alright, reload.
The fact that I don't have 6 shockwaves scares me.
There was 2 over there next to the reboot though.
Over here.
23 twice. Oh, whoa. Chill out, buddy.
56 on that.
He's gonna
one
lightning
that
you already.
was kinky.
I blanked him with my sniper. What? I don't
hit
understand
guy
this game
good.
anymore.
I knocked the one that lightning.
Full box. 200.
200, I'm holding.
Dang, what are they using with that thing?
I'm gonna go hold for you a bit.
I appreciate it. You the man, appreciate you.
Just let me build. Okay, I'm getting my.
Banana! No!
There's another team looking at.
Why do you always take the bananas? Thank you. Bro was robbing the one thing I want out of this game. My new favorite item, bro. I'm like Gollum, dude. I need it.
It's okay.
I need it.
No, it's actually.
It's so OP, bro. Do you have sniper
Yeah,
bolts?
it's actually pretty good.
Sniper ammo, por favor, please. Sniper ammo. There's no windscreen. Don't get in the car. Get in this car.
I gave you 10.
This is how you're always getting sniped, dude. You're getting in cars without windscreens. Let's go.
Why is, look how small the window is on this car. I swear, the window is so much smaller.
It is. No, it is. It definitely is. It's pay to win. Should I use this car instead? Like, look at the back window,
no,
bro. They're
not
not gonna hit you out of that back window. Like, if you know when you hop in like a G-Wagon, how they can hit you sometimes in the back? Even if they're shooting the back of the car, they just hit you through the trunk. There's no way they could hit you on this car.
Yeah.
Like, hear me out. Pay to win, chat. Pay to win. Hear me out. Maybe I switch it to this car next time. I'll put on a fire style. This is actually not bad. I'm getting a red X, bro. Wait, is your game lagging too?
Wait, where?
Dude, my game's lagging hard.
You just teleported 6 times.
Kills good?
28 shield.
Oh my god.
80 on
180. That kid's one shot, bro. I'm one shot too. I gotta heal. Popping a banana. Good for like a couple seconds.
New people, just show for a second.
Alright. Dude, I got a red X right now. Not good looks. Not chilling.
They're fighting. Let's go. They killed him?
They killed him fast. Oh, don't phase through my walls, please. What was the marshmallow pickaxe? Oh, he just hits me through my wall. Okay. Is everyone doing that today? Watch out, both of them are coming over. Both guys are on you. I'm popping in this.
49 white.
Watch behind you, behind you.
60 white. Okay, I'm
60 blue on this kid.
I need help.
He's shock waving. Oh,
I hit that. The other skin so
hit
much.
fires me all the shots.
I feel.
Watch out behind you.
Okay, I'm busy. Expand, yeah.
Dude, that one kid's awful, but he keeps grabbing
other
everything
kid's so
first try and he hits me through my walls over and over again. You have any whites?
It'd be nice if we had more bananas.
Yeah, no kidding.
Can we get height here? I'm going for height, going for height. We have it.
Not with it.
Just new people.
Oh, maybe we just did,
I'm
bro.
going back. I'm going back. This is not weird.
Can we get a car?
Yeah.
Oh, I just got headshot
I'm
sniped.
beside-
Where's the angle? What angle? Where? Oh, you tell me the guy right there hit me? Okay, yeah, great angle. Makes sense. I'm behind the stair. That makes a whole lot of sense, bro.
Can you go Reggie?
No,
Is it- are you ready?
he's already on me. He couldn't have sniped me.
No white.
He didn't even hit me, bro. I was off the stair. It was one of those server
How
things.
laggy, dude.
Yeah,
Just people.
it was one of those server things you see in a scrim game where like they don't hit you with a sniper bullet, but it still hits you. Like I was fully down the stair. He didn't have an angle. Crazy. He said my name. What's up? Don't embarrass you.
How do I?
Guys, like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Broken. Shout out to you, man. What's your rank? Unreal rank, guys. How'd you get that glider and Constral? I'm shopping. It was limited edition. Limited edition. You just get max wood here. Oh, was that flopper? Oh, it's talking ammo. Never mind. I'm tripping. Why did that look like a flopper? Oh, you tried the Midas
How do you
patch up
get
thing.
this golden?
Isn't it over here at Restored Reels, left side? Wait, chat. Help us out. Where's the Midas thing? Doesn't it spawn here guaranteed?
Well, I need Y meds. Like, I actually need Y meds. Really.
Yeah, no, like for real. It gives you patch up.
Oh, chugs. Should I carry chugs then if it gives patch up? I'll carry.
It's up to you. I mean, might not be here. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's a guaranteed spawn though at Restored Reels. I think it was in one of the main buildings. Okay, you don't need your 4-9 challenges, dude. What? Alright, you can
I thought that was
still.
the minus thing. I saw something gold.
It's a 1-tick, so you can still grab card and reboot. It's still possible for a clutch. It's gonna be a 2-tick after this closes, so you gotta get the card fast.
Where that someone snipes me.
Nah, you're chilling.
What is this, bro? I have like Indiana Jones music now.
You don't like Indiana Jones music?
No, just like the action.
Nah, might as well. It's at that POI? Yeah, but where, chat? Where? Help us out. There's one in the main building. You can break the Midas thing. Oh, so someone probably broke it then? I don't know. He went in the main building. I didn't see it anywhere.
So people.
It's still a 1-tick. Yo, yeah, you can reboot anywhere, bro. Low key, I would try to get back like over here and reboot. That'd be a great spot. We just rotate into fencing, because everyone keeps rotating up. Can you grab one of my shotguns?
Just kids. Just kids.
No way. Drop Clinger for the purple shotgun. There you go.
No.
Alright, go. Run!
They chase me.
There's a campfire to your left. You can grab that if you need. There's also a dock to
Guess
your
what
right.
they had? They had shockwaves.
Yeah, alright. You stream every single day, Halo? Every single day, guys. Yeah, there's a dock to your right, or now left. And then there's also guaranteed cabbage spawns in that tiny building. You can sit in storm for a long time, just don't get storm sickness. I wouldn't bother fishing. You gotta pick up the pace here, bro.
I'll get like a fish or two.
No, I'm dead serious. I think you should just go. Because once this closes, it's gonna be a 2-tick and zone's all the way over there. Like, we gotta get in fast. You gotta get me rebooted. Because it's gonna keep pulling this way, and then we're gonna have to travel across the planet. And you only have 2 chugs. You're not gonna be able to out-heal a 2-tick unless you start Grabbing some whites. Oh, it's already looted. I mean, we can make our way into fencing, try to get some whites over there. Dad, do you guys have the campfire spots memorized? We got clutch this up hard. I'm new and I'm sub. Thank you, fun. Appreciate it, bro. Shout out to you. Go, 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 go. Wait to drop the shotgun. We'll try to land ahead. This house has barrels and cabbages.
No, people definitely took the barrels. I think people might have took those. Actually, not probably not the cabbages.
Yep.
I have chugs as well, so after you get a little lower, I'm gonna use them.
Alright, so.
You want minis now, or we just do it later?
Pulls all the way over there. Yeah, let's just do that later.
Well, I'm actually dead.
No, 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 you're not.
I'm dead, I'm dead.
Pop chugs, bro.
I can't, I'm mid there.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I think reboot.
I have 5 bandages.
You insta go in car.
Alright, you loot the house. I didn't loot it yet.
Actually,
Drop shotgun.
we have to just go in college. We don't have time, we don't have time.
Go. You're driving.
Mark, like,
There's stuff over there. There's gonna be cabbages over here. If we can grab these cabbages and then go island, we'll be good.
We have to. I
Okay.
need those. Just the one. We're dead.
Go. No, we're not. No, we're not. I believe.
Just drive.
Can you just mark stuff to see if there's whites? Bandages.
So it's gotta be 5 minutes. I'm gonna hop out and get those. No, I'm dead. Just go
I
down.
just gotta leave you, bro.
I think I should just reboot it too.
Yeah, or not took your time fishing and doing whatever. That would have also helped.
Regardless, we wouldn't have it.
Oh, I found 2 medkits. Wait. Survivable. Hold up.
I should have gave you all my loot. Wait, why did I not?
Because you said it would take too long.
I should have.
Alright, wait, what's faster? Car or Rift to go? I think the car is genuinely
Wait, it
faster.
pulls back.
Yeah, it pulls back.
How much fuel? How much fuel?
67.
Go. Do you have another med kit?
Nope. Oh, dude, I don't got time for this. Can I out heal bandages?
Over that.
Bandages!
Nope.
No! I'm so close! I can see it! No, if I had one more medkit, I would have made it, dude. The rift would have been too slow, too. There's no way I would have made it with a rift. My only option would be to head up to the island and then hope I find a medkit there. I could have went to the dock, too, but they probably already got the barrels. Nah, dude, that's such an L. One more medkit, and that would have been it. I still love the stream. Thank you, Certified. Shout out to you, man. There we go. Thank you, Rebecca. If you guys enjoyed the stream, smash the like button, dude. Smash that subscribe button. We're streaming every day, guys. Helps out a ton, bro. Get his card. He got yours. Chat. No. I'll go back and get his card. Don't worry. I love your channel. Thank you, Mason. I missed the grapple blades. I know, right, bro? Yeah, there's so much mobility in the game, but the only mobility, you either have to loot a ton to get it, or you have to have a medallion, or you're in the underworld. Otherwise, there's just no mobility, bro. And you're just running around aimlessly. Like on that side of the map we were on, there was just nothing. Hey, hello, what's up, Brady? How you doing, bro? Doobie-doobie-dee. Doobie-doobie-dee. Love videos. Thank you, Pure. What's your favorite snack? Oh, bro. Low-key yogurt. Love the reaction channel. Thank you. Walk. Appreciate that, bro. Yeah, we're getting a lot of reacts vids done this week, guys. Get ready, bro. We're posting a ton. I want to hit 100K so bad on that channel. I think we just hit 71K earlier today. I think. That's crazy. How's the morning? Pretty good. Hey, Bryn. No. I just subbed as well. Thank you, Circuit. Appreciate that, bro. Give me them cookies. You gotta do extra and then cookie in the chat. Can you wear the marshmallow skin? If you guys want me to. I'll get W keyed if I wear that skin. I promise you, dude, I'll get targeted if I wear that skin. I'll wear this girl. I'm like a fire combo. I'll do golf club. I haven't worn the golf club in a while. W combo. Have you seen Marshmallow today in the item shop? Yeah, everyone keeps talking about it. I haven't even. Where is bro in the item shop?
That person at the.
Oh, he's at the bottom. He's at the very, very, very bottom of the item shop. Oh my gosh, bro. That's why I didn't see him. Yeah, I mean, it's cool that he's back. I've owned him since like chapter 1, so personally I don't really care very much because I've had him for a long time, but yeah, I do like Marshmallow quite a bit. Bro's a W artist, W skin, W everything. But yeah, I've had him in my locker for a long time. Dude, honestly, they should just get rid of the jam tracks out of the item shop. I really don't see anyone ever buying this. Like, it takes up so much of the item shop. Yeah, look at this. Like, dude, there's what? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 different...
Wait, there's like...
Who's gonna buy 40 different... like, wait. Like, what are these songs too, bro? I don't know any of these. Like, I know a few of them from either TikTok or I know the name, but I can't even think of like what the song sounds like. I don't know any of the ones in the first row. Like, bro, what?
Isn't that like the 2020 Fortnite montage music in it?
The 2020 Fortnite montage. Dude, they should put Lemonade in the the Fortnite festival, bro. You hit Lemonade real quick for the boys. Just knock 3 kids in the ocean, GG. Full boxed.
Alright, so there's gonna be no one laning classes.
Yeah, no, honestly. Everyone's gonna be like, ship me timbers, it's a hot job. I can't possibly land there.
Wait, did you go up like in a good way?
I gained 0. Literally, it's 0. Didn't go up, didn't go down, just said 0 on it. Like, bro.
There's like a million people. I might land here.
I have a pretty good job for right here if no one's
Just
landing.
not in the middle, whatever you do.
I'm in this. I got DMR, it's over. For everyone else in this lobby, not me.
Those shield bubbles off spawn are so good because no one can shoot you.
I don't know if this is the play. Oh, wait, bro, comms. What? You good? What?
No, no.
Bro, tell me you're fighting someone. I didn't even know you were fighting. What are these comms?
I just added the worst person ever.
Oh my
I
gosh.
didn't think I was gonna die, so I didn't even bother reaching.
You didn't even bother. It was that bad.
So bad.
Did he combo you with a DMR or
So
something?
bad. No, he's so bad. I took every shot.
Aw. Bro should have played my new map, Infinite Box Fights FFA, with nukes, kill streaks, and more to make you extra cracked.
I mean... I just sold up.
Can't be missing those, bro. I was about to do a sneak attack on the kids in the house. I was just sitting there with my shotgun out, but...
How do I die to that person, bro? He's so bad.
You have shockwaves on you? Because I have 0 mobility, so... Just reboot you here?
Honestly,
No, there's
Get
two
the
kids
car.
right in there. They're stacked, bro. I heard them popping shields for days. I'm just gonna go back here. Kids landed back here? Or actually, is there a reboot in there?
Land there.
There is a reboot. Here, let's just do back down.
Maybe if kids land there, I'm gonna be.
Yeah, if kids land there, I honestly don't know anymore. Not chill.
There's a reboot here, but there's also.
There's no loot here,
Definitely
bro.
have to fight the people at.
Do you want me to reboot you here? You can buy an SMG off this girl. It's purple.
Sure, yeah. There's barrels like.
You gotta redeem yourself, dude.
No,
I'm being WK'd out, fellow! In my box, in my box! 200!
But he's actually griefing.
200! 200! Oh, I'm dead, bro. I got knocked. I'm buying one of those. These are good.
They're king.
I'm looking for a shotgun for you.
They have
Medkit. Oh, dude, this is fun. 27. Oh, dude. Oh, you guys lost that? Oh my gosh.
I think I had the shotgun.
Oh, this kid's 0 ping. Yippee.
24 shield.
Bro,
Let's see if I can get NPC to res. You just chill. I might be able to get NPC to res.
that'd be huge. 200. How do you guys lose that?
I'm rebooting.
Oh my gosh.
All I do is
win, no matter what.
walk in. No matter what.
GG's, man. Good fights. GG. Full boxed, GG.
Why are they doing jump rope?
That's a great question. I have 4 bananas right now, so like my life is complete, dude. Everything's good. We're vibing. I'm happy. Good to go. I don't know where that bro got 4 bananas from, but we got him.
Wait, 4?
4. That's what I'm saying. Like, where do you find 4
what?
mythic bananas?
Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Right?
1, 2, 3, 4 mythic bananas. Like, dude, I find one every like decade.
Must have cleaned up all the classes.
Yeah, right? Guys, like and subscribe. Thank you so much, Grayson. Shout out to you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, bro. If you guys enjoying the stream, smash the like button, smash the sub button. We're streaming every day. We're an Unreal rank. Almost top 100. We're getting there. Just need like 10 more wins. What's the best mode to get like Unreal points? I'm really wondering if it's like squads or something. Because I was playing solos earlier. Tico, I didn't tell you this, but I was playing solos earlier. So I got a win with like 6 kills. Not like a high kill win, but some kills, you know? And I gained 29 places on the leaderboard, which was exactly the same as that one game, or most of the games we played yesterday in duos with like 5-10 kills as well. So I wonder if it's not dependent on the mode, but just the fact that you win with X amount of kills, and that's like the only factor. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, there's so much stuff that can go into it. It could be like also the people that were ahead of you were only ahead of you by like 3 points, for example, or something, and you gain like nothing, but you still like went up against.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, I want to know how they calculate kids. I mean, oh, I was really hoping he didn't have a headset on.
I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I can get you out of the car, bro.
I could just run. Here, let me run. You want me to run?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna leave this thing.
I got a banana and I'm very— He shot me through 3 walls! This game is ridiculous, bro.
Can I pick you up in a limbo?
This game is genuinely ridiculous. I'm in a McLaren right now. I'm just mad because I built. I had 3 walls in between me and him sniping, and it went through all 3 of them. Explain that. Oh, they're chasing me. This car is impossible to drive.
Do you have shield?
Yeah, but I can't pop it because they're chasing me. They're like right behind me.
Okay, I'm coming towards you. Maybe take a right or something. You can go.
Take her right. Good advice. I'm gonna keep going. John with the $2, thank you, bro. I'm sorry I can't do that, but thank you, dude. I appreciate the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm playing with Sicko,
Right
so
here, or...
I don't know. I saw them chasing me on the bridge, so I'd rather get out of here. Unless you want to fight him now. I mean, I healed up, so I'm good.
I'm stacked.
They were chasing me all the way down the bridge with Flowberry Fizz, so they're probably in the area.
I think we just go for it.
See those kids? They're build fine. They're having a grand old time over here.
Yeah, I don't have a shotgun. So
You don't have a shotgun?
I don't have a shotgun. Just keep that in mind.
Bro.
I have 2 SMGs.
Here, you just want to hop in,
I have
controller
a
player?
sniper. You want the sniper?
Honestly, let's just hop in, controller player. Trust me. It's your time to shine, bro. Go, go, go! 60 on that kid. He took fall damage, too. Wait, I can chop. Chopped it down. Dead!
40 white.
I'm comboing these kids with a McLaren, bro.
70. He's trying to press NPC
Dead.
into me.
Ah, good.
No!
That was scary.
The NPC threw so many grenades.
No, he really did. John with the $2 as well. Thank you, bro. I'm sorry, dude. I can't play for donos, man. I usually run customs on streams, so if you guys do want to play during customs, you can just join my lobby and we can like have a good time. But I can't add or play with people for money. But I appreciate the love a lot. Thank you so much, Don. Alright, so I think I should just combo everyone with McLarens from now on.
Shield.
There's minis. There's 6
He had
minis.
no shield.
I did not see 6 minis there.
Ooh, big pot.
Actually 5 minis now.
Big pot before you steal.
You've been robbed.
Actually, you take that.
Oh, how did I not see this? Okay, never mind. I can't be making fun of you now. There's a drum mag with a good shotgun. It's over, bro. It's GG's. Everyone's dead now. I have 4 bananas too. Yeah, it's over. Do you want to hop on these kids on the right?
This big pot.
Like this way. They have medallions.
You don't want the big pot.
Oh, I want it. Yeah. W big butt box. A sub. Thank you, Lissa. Shout out to you. I appreciate that.
Get me a big pot as well.
No, what's up?
See if you can get a big pot from this cookie.
I'm kind of far away. I don't know if I want to run over there. A lot of effort. I'm down though. Oh, okay. What's your keyboard? It's a Razer keyboard. It's super good. What's your rank? Unreal chat. It's in the title, dude. Unreal rank. I've been in Unreal rank all season, so you don't need to ask 50 times a stream, you know? I'm still there, guys. Don't worry. I'm not going down or anything.
They can see on the top left as well.
Not really. Discord's in the way.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I threw a little picture on screen, but I don't think people see it very often. It's in the corner.
Oh, there's people here fishing. What?
Coming.
Really?
No way, they're just fishing. John with the $2 thing, bro.
Is he
Can I get a
still
shout out?
alive?
I got you, John. Shout out to you, man. I appreciate the love. Thanks so much, too. They got a window open right here. We can just slide right in if you want to. Dead. I love this shotgun. Oh, don't be in the corner sad, dude. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm chilling for a second.
200. That's his rank up game. I found a big pot. Big pot for you.
Need a shield fish?
That's a big pot. I mean,
Pack them?
nice. Oh, what the heck? Dead?
Oh, I'm chopping. Oh, fault. There's still the other solo here.
Yeah, dude, there's 2 solos now. I'm just knocking everybody. No.
Pack? I'm just.
Sicko, you gotta stop selling the bread, bro.
Just wall pumps.
That kid was in diamond. Oh, no.
I hit him 40 and he one pumps me.
Have you tried getting better? Have you thought about improving at the game?
Maybe you can actually have the data.
Do I reboot back here or do I reboot Plaza?
It's only 4th zone.
Wait, Plaza or back here?
Actually, really like Plaza. Plaza.
Pause better.
I wanna get this loot. So how do I hide to that kid?
I think you just need.
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you want to sound. Get your message right every time. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
Save on every range in the Oak Furnitureland Big Weekend with 3 years interest-free credit and no deposit to pay. Now from just $4.99. Grow your...
Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I am going to explain a mystery drama film called Love Stoppage Time. Spoilers ahead. Watch out and take care. Takashi Aiba is a student working hard to get into a medical university. He is in one of his classes when suddenly, at 12:15, everything around him stops moving. His classmates remain frozen in their seats, and so does his teacher. Takashi cannot believe his eyes. He looks around confused and starts to laugh, believing he is being pranked. Surely, Ashton Kutcher is waiting around the corner. He walks to the front of the class, unsettled by the silence. When he walks outside and sees the entire school is frozen, he realizes it is not a prank. Somehow, time has stopped for everyone, except for him. Takashi gets on his bicycle and rides to the nearby park. As he travels further, he registers he might be the only person who can move. He stops after seeing droplets of water frozen in a water fountain. When he tries to touch it, the water falls all over him. From the other side of the pond, a girl laughs at him, revealing that she can also move. Takashi is about to call her, but he suddenly appears back in the class, where he was before time froze. He is completely dry, as if he had never gotten in the pond. Takashi is shocked at the experience, but cannot tell anyone, because no one would believe him. That night, he returns home, still thinking about the strange events of the day. He asks his father about his day, but doesn't get any answers. Takashi's father is disappointed in him because he was unsuccessful in getting into his desired university. The following day, at 12:15 p.m., he is in the library. He bumps into a guy and sees that the book he dropped has frozen mid-air. Realizing that it is happening again, he runs to the park to meet the girl from yesterday. When he doesn't find her there, he goes to her school that he recognizes from the uniform she was wearing. After looking for a few minutes, he finds her lying down in the school's garden. He wakes her up, but the girl thinks he is a pervert. Wrong. Takashi is a pervert who can stop time. Takashi apologizes and claims that he looked for her because he felt alone. After finding out they are the only ones who can move, she agrees to accompany him. The pair talks about the time stopping, but has no clue what is causing it, and why they are the ones who can move. All of a sudden, the girl notices a driver has fallen asleep, and is about to drive into some children crossing the road. She tries to wake him up, but to no avail. Takashi knows no matter what they do to stop him, things will go back to how they were after the time is reset. Hence, he looks for the driver's number in the car, and remembers it. As soon as the time resets, he calls him, hoping to wake the man up. Following that, he runs to the location and sees that the children are safe. The girl also arrives there and praises his quick thinking. They promise to meet again tomorrow. Before leaving, the girl tells him that her name is Tokine Shinomiya. The next day, they meet at the park again. Shinomiya is drawing a sketch, which Takashi thinks is useless because it will disappear when time resets. Still, Shinomiya believes that the picture will be embedded in her mind, so it doesn't matter. The two then go on a bike ride through the city and end up in a field. As they talk, they name the pausing of the time Lost Time. Takashi wants to spend more time with her, but is too shy to ask her out. Shinomiya senses this and says that they should meet the next day and go on a date. Later that day, Takashi is cooking while singing, clearly in a good mood. However, it changes when he notices his father, Saiji, behind him. As they talk, we find out that Takashi's mother died of an illness when he was 9, but Saiji didn't come to visit her in the hospital. Ever since then, their relationship hasn't been the same. The following day, Shinomiya and Takashi meet at the park for their date. She claims she wants to play on the trampoline because she is embarrassed to do it when people are watching. Takashi watches her play like a child and cannot help but smile. Following that, he lays out the food he has cooked for her. At first, Shinomiya hesitates to eat it, saying that she is on a diet. Takashi reminds her that after the lost time is over, she will go back to being hungry, so she can eat as much as she wants. The two enjoy the food together while talking about different things. Eventually, they get into an argument when Takashi says he is giving up on his dreams. Shinomiya calls him lazy, making him walk away from her. He accidentally pushes her to the ground when suddenly the time restarts. Somewhere else in a hospital, Dr. Asami walks into a room to his sick wife. She has been sick for several years, and the chances of her getting well are low. Like Shinomiya, she also loves to sketch. Asami takes care of her dearly, but she feels like she is a burden to him. The following day, Takashi is in his room, reading manga, when the time stops again. He runs to the park and sees Shinomiya waiting for him. Both of them apologize to each other and reconcile. They decide to meet at his home the following day. Takashi tells her that his goal in life is to be a doctor. They go for a bicycle ride and end up in the same field again. Takashi moves forward to kiss her, but the time resets just then, and he ends up back in his room. In the meantime, Asami and his wife's relationship takes a turn when she says she doesn't want to be with him anymore. He is shocked and asks her why, even though he knows the reason. She tells him that she is being transferred to a hospice healthcare place tomorrow and wants to live however she wants for the time she has left. Asami tries to reason with her, but she dismisses him. The next day, Shinomiya knocks on Takashi's door for their date. She is wearing a beautiful dress that leaves him speechless. He welcomes her in and compliments her, which makes Shinomiya blush. He has prepared several dishes for them that excite her. Before sitting down to eat, he gives her a pair of fancy chopsticks as a gift. The two enjoy the food in silence. Later, Takashi asks Shinomiya what she plans to be in the future. She seems to avoid the question and talks about a time capsule that she buried when she was little. The capsule contained papers where she had written her dreams and aspirations, but she doesn't remember them now. Takashi suggests they dig it up, but it turns out that the field is someone's front yard now. After the meal, they enjoy a chocolate cake together. Takashi invites her to a firework display that night, but she claims that she cannot see him anymore. A shocked Takashi asks her why, but the time resets and he never gets to know the answer. The following day, when time freezes again, he looks all around for her but cannot find her. Later, he asks her classmates, who inform him that she is in the hospital, being treated for a deadly disease. Takashi quickly runs to the hospital and finds out that she has a condition called Wilson's disease. The chances of her survival are low because only a liver transplant can save her. All of her family have been tested, but none of their liver is a match to her. Moreover, to perform the transplant, the donor has to be a family member, so she has lost hope for survival. She also reveals that the day she found out that she won't get a donor was also the day the lost time started. Takashi insists he will take a test to see if his liver matches hers, but Shinomiya thinks it is fruitless. When he doesn't back off, she tells him she only has 6 months to live, so she doesn't want to see him anymore.
At B&Q and TradePoint, get 20% off kitchens when you spend £3,000 on a kitchen. With flexible...
At home, Takashi Googles Wilson's disease and reads several articles about it. He finds out that a person suffering from the disease isn't allowed to eat chocolate, shrimp, and seaweed, everything that he had been feeding her until now. Shinomiya was able to enjoy the food she liked when she was with him. After finding this out, he rushes to the hospital again. He walks into Dr. Asami and asks him to save her at any cost. To his surprise, the doctor asks him if time stops for them as well. They go to the rooftop to talk about the matter. It is then revealed that Asami and his wife also went through the same experience that Takashi and Shinomiya are. Asami's wife was suffering from a terminal disease that needed a liver transplant. Suddenly, the two started to experience lost time and met each other. It was almost like God's way of telling them that their livers matched and Asami could help her survive. Since both pairs' stories are very similar, he believes that Takashi's liver will also be a match to Shinomiya. However, for a living transplant, there are several rules that need to be followed. First of all, the donor must be the recipient's relative. This can be managed if the two get married, but still, Takashi cannot donate organs before the age of 20. Their last chance would be to hope that Shinomiya survives for 1 more year until he can legally donate his liver, but the doctor claims that she can hardly survive for 6 months at the rate her health is currently deteriorating. Following the interaction with Asami, Takashi sits beside Shinomiya, looking through her sketchbook. All of her sketches are of the memories they made together, like the water fountain where they first saw each other, and the lunchbox that he made for her. But what catches his attention is a sketch of himself. Takashi is a narcissist. When Takashi returns home that night, he asks his father, Saiji, how his mother was able to survive for more time than the doctors had predicted. He is informed that she used to say she won't die before Saiji fulfilled his dream to construct a bridge. She held on for a few months, but sadly couldn't see the finished product. During her death, Saiji was at the construction site, trying to complete it quickly because it was the only thing he could do for her. Hearing this, Takashi finally forgives his father for not being there when she passed away. The next day, when time freezes, he goes to the house where Shinomiya had buried her time capsule. He has made it his mission to find the box no matter what. He digs different areas of the yard each day and keeps track using a map. After digging for several days, he finally finds the box and runs to the hospital to give it to her. Shinomiya says she shouldn't have worked that hard, but she is secretly delighted to have the box back. On looking through it, she finds drawings of her as a baker, a florist, and so on. Takashi also shows her the sheet that says his liver matches hers, which means they met for a reason. To her surprise, he kneels down and asks her to marry him. Shinomiya cries, overwhelmed by the gesture, but Takashi promises to save her. Asami has talked to the ethics community of the hospital, who allow Takashi to donate under the consent of his parents. He asks permission from his father, urging him to sign the consent papers. He claims that only 40% of his liver will be used, so he will only suffer from mild discomfort. But if it means saving Shinomiya's life, he is willing to do anything. Still, Saiji doesn't permit him to make the reckless decision. The following day is the day Takashi and Shinomiya get married. The hospital is being decorated for the ceremony. Takashi puts 2 watches on a platform as a replacement for their wedding rings. Asami comments that he feels like he is going back in time because his wedding was very similar. To Takashi's surprise, his father arrives at the hospital with signed papers, happy that his son has made a decision to save someone's life. However, the story takes a turn when Takashi finds Shinomiya unconscious in her hospital room. She is taken to the ICU immediately, but the doctors can do nothing as she goes into a coma. Takashi finds a letter addressed to him where Shinomiya thanks him for making her life better. She also expresses her love for him for the first time in the letter. When the clock hits 12:15, the time doesn't pause. Takashi believes that this means Shinomiya has passed away, but the doctor informs him that there is still a chance. Cut to a few weeks later. Takashi wakes up on a hospital bed next to Shinomiya after the organ transplant. They both are alive and well. The couple holds hands, thankful for their health. Somewhere else, Asami and his wife are watching the sea. Asami makes her understand that she is not a burden on him. In fact, she makes his life better. The two reconcile, and he assures her he will find a way for them to be together again. In the final scene, we see Takashi and Shinomiya having lunch at the park on Shinomiya's 17th birthday. Subscribe for more videos like this. Turn on notifications.
Do you need a free, easy way to capture your screen? Introducing Outplayed. Record anything on your PC.
The opening scene features an app developer, George Addo, who wakes up next to his fiancée Sarah on July 1st. It's a big day for George as he's presenting his revolutionary new app, Hazard Lights, to a bank for a loan. As he gets ready for the same, the news shows a potentially deadly viral outbreak in the entire nation. On his way to the bank, he bumps into a random stranger, but doesn't pay much attention to this. Despite his nervousness, George manages to get the loan approved, which means that he can now snag a patent for his app. That evening, he takes Sarah out for dinner to celebrate this joyous occasion. Upon returning back home, she reveals more big news. She's pregnant, adding more happiness to George's life. Happiness and crippling anxiety. As time fast forwards, the two of them happily marry each other. However, these happy moments are overshadowed by a deadly virus called MERS 22 that seems to be spreading throughout the country, taking countless innocent lives. As a result of this, we see people start wearing face masks, adopting extreme precautions. COVID PTSD kicking in hot. The hospital is full of patients, each coughing uncontrollably. As a few months pass by, George and Sarah also begin to cough, showing some symptoms of the virus. At one point in time, George suddenly wakes up back on July 1st, his presentation day. This leaves him perplexed as he wonders about how he's already gone through this day. The whole sequence of events plays out just like before, including a guy bumping into him out in the street. Next, he goes for his presentation, but he fumbles his loan meeting due to his current confusing state. Later, at home, he tries to explain to his wife about how he's reliving all of these moments. However, she doesn't understand anything and instead believes that something is wrong with him. In order to confirm his suspicion, George asks her to take a pregnancy test, but she refuses, saying that it's not the right time to have a child. That's not how pregnancy works, honey. In the later days, George learns about the spreading MERS 22, so he goes full-on survivalist mode, donning a hazmat suit and gathering supplies. Seeing his strange actions, Sarah becomes so upset that she decides to stay with her family for a while. As she walks away, George follows her outside in an attempt to stop her, but she leaves, suggesting that he see a therapist. Just then, George is approached by a woman named Archie, who claims to have all the answers he's seeking for. "I don't need Archie right now," says George. "I need Jugs, Ed." She then hands him a card with an address, asking him to meet her if he experiences such a time jump again. Just as Archie said, the time jumps back, and George once again wakes up on the 1st of July. Finding his wife beside him fills him with joy, leading him to express his happiness through a kiss. In the aftermath, George heads straight to the said address, where he meets Archie. She finally discloses that he is a mutant considerably less cool than Wolverine, who possesses a special ability to jump through time. As they converse, Archie introduces herself as a member of the Lazarus Project, or TLP, a top-secret multinational organization that is dedicated to preventing and undoing mass extinction events via diplomatic, scientific, or militaristic means. According to her, they have prevented the end of the world in multiple timelines through time travel. She also explains that they can only jump back to the 1st of July, as this serves as a sort of checkpoint. Turns out that humans are regularly exposed to time jumps, but are unable to recognize them. George is one of the very few. who can. Following this, Archie takes George to TLP headquarters, where she introduces him to the team members, Wes, Greta, Dane, Blake, and another mutant named Shiv. The gang encourages George to join them in their mission to save the world. He initially struggles to grasp all of these revelations at once, but eventually agrees to work for them. However, he keeps all of this hidden from his wife and pretends that he's still working as an app developer. He is still an app developer. He just also has schizophrenia now. The next scene features a montage of George undergoing professional training at the Lazarus headquarters. He partakes in sharpshooting practice and researching on potential extinction-level events. One day, after work, George returns home when his wife asks him to accompany her to a dinner party hosted by one of her colleagues, Carl. George doesn't seem to like Carl much because he always boasts about his wealth and also tries to flirt with Sarah. Despite this, he reluctantly agrees and heads to Carl's place. While dining, Carl asks George for some financial advice. Recognizing this to be a great opportunity to teach him a lesson, George deliberately suggests that he invest in a company whose stock price is actually about to plummet. The following day, George drops Sarah at school, where she works as a teacher. Once there, she is approached by Carl, who pulls her aside and demands to speak with George. He claims that her husband purposely made him invest in a sinking ship of a company, resulting in a huge loss. When Sarah insists that they talk about it later, Carl pushes her away. As a result, she is almost hit by a garbage truck, but George saves her in the nick of time. Enraged, he then decides to confront Carl, but Sarah tells him not to create a scene here. Later, at work, the group leader Wes briefs the team about the latest big threat, a nuclear warhead that has been sold on the black market under the name of Big Boy. False alarm, sir. It's actually a dildo. Wes asserts that the threat stems from a former member, Denny Rebrov, whose name is now on almost every terror watch list. In order to apprehend this man, the project team, including George, immediately boards a plane and flies off to Paris. Upon arriving at the predetermined location, George stays inside the van with Dane, while the rest of the armed crew members storm into an abandoned building where Denis is suspected to be hiding. Shortly after their entry, Denis guns down all TLP agents, one after another, before escaping via motorbike like a freaking.
This is how AI optimizes my schedule. So I have a project coming up, so I start by listing the project and then set
Badass. Seeing this, Dane and George begin chasing him down the streets of Paris until he crashes from his bike. Not badass. The two agents then step out to apprehend him, but the latter instantly shoots Dane down. George hurriedly takes cover and waits for the local police to arrive on the scene, but before they can capture him, Denis detonates the nuclear bomb, setting the entire city ablaze. It wasn't a dildo, after all. In the next scene, George wakes up on July 1st again. Shortly after, he receives a call from Archie, who informs him that they'll be repeating the mission. Like before, George walks Sarah to school, but this time, he doesn't notice the approaching garbage truck. This causes a severe accident, leaving him devastated. A short while later, an ambulance arrives, and Sarah is rushed to the hospital. After an immediate surgery, she is placed in a wardroom, still unconscious. George inquires about her condition, and the doctor explains it's too early to say whether she'll even wake up. As he goes to check on his wife, he's suddenly inundated with fragments of memories from the year 2018 when he first met her. The flashbacks show George, who was at a party, and his friend told him about a beautiful Sarah, urging him to find her. Following this, he started to approach women in the party.
Are you Sarah? Are you Sarah? You freaking Sarah?
But he struggled to find her. After a while, Sarah was dancing to her favorite song when George changed it. As a result of this, she approached him, and the two started their conversation. They seemed to be getting along very well, but unfortunately the fire alarm blared, forcing everyone out of the building. This commotion caused them to part ways without even exchanging their phone numbers. In the same year, in Russia, Archie can be seen on a rooftop with her partner Ross. The two watch as missiles fire overhead that signal the beginning of the Third World War. Realizing the threat, they promise to do everything they can to stop the war. They first meet General Kassan to discuss the missile strikes in his country, but he doesn't seem to care much. damage. As a result, TLP decides to take matters into their own hands and continues with their attempts to stop the attacks. Back in the present, TLP dispatches a full squad of armed forces to the same abandoned building in Paris to apprehend Denis. Since it's a foolproof plan this time, Denis is captured and brought to TLP headquarters. Later, upon learning about Sarah's tragic accident, Archie visits George at the hospital. George proposes reversing time to prevent her accident, but she declines, stating that Denis' capture is a crucial part of this timeline. Moreover, she rattles off statistics regarding how babies are born every second and how catastrophic it can be if they start meddling with time for personal reasons. The following night, George exits the hospital and stumbles upon Shiv, who asks if he wants to take revenge on Carl for what he did to his wife. In response, George says that he doesn't want to beat Carl. He wants the incident to be undone. Changing the subject matter, the two of them decide to interrogate Denis, who is currently locked in a cell at TLP's headquarters. They question him about the other thermonuclear devices, but he refuses to know anything about it. He instead criticizes the Lazarus Project's action, claiming that they torture people for information. He further asserts that the world should have ended many years ago, but TLP continues to alter the natural occurrences. He finally admits that he's against all of this because he believes that they can't hold back the inevitable forever. Back in the year 2018, TLP persisted in their efforts to stop the impending World War, repeatedly traveling back in time whenever their attempts failed. As a consequence, George and Sarah's encounter also changed in each timeline. In one specific timeline, Ross and Archie devised a big plan to thwart the war by assassinating General Kassan. Acting on this plan, they tracked the general to a restaurant, and Ross entered inside with a bomb in his hand, while Archie waited outside. Unfortunately, a guard spotted Ross and shot him down, but not before he activated the bomb. Archie was distraught to witness this, but before she could react, the bomb detonated, eliminating everyone inside the restaurant. In the aftermath, Archie called Wes with a crying voice, pleading to turn back the clock to resurrect Ross. In response, Wes offered her sympathies, but told her it's not right to do so because the mission was successful, and it was Ross's dumbass idea to walk around with a bomb. In the present, George gets a call from the hospital, summoning him urgently. Upon arrival, the doctor delivers the heartbreaking news of his wife's death. Overwhelmed with grief, George embraces her body and cries his heart out. He then goes to Denis and expresses his wish to bring his wife back. The scene shifts to the year 2017, focusing on a TLP agent, Janet. She can be seen in a bathroom stall taking a pregnancy test. Upon confirming the results, she walks out and silently nods towards Denis, who is revealed to be the child's father. In the next scene, he takes Janet to the hospital for an ultrasound, from which they discover that they're having a baby boy. One day, Denis drives Janet to the doctor after she experiences some bleeding. After going through a checkup, the couple is relieved to hear that their baby is completely healthy. Following this, they return back to TLP headquarters and watch Shiv on the monitor carrying out a mission. Shiv successfully guns down the target, bringing great joy to the team. The scene then fast forwards to 2 weeks before the checkpoint when Janet gives birth to her baby. Afterwards, Shiv comes to visit Denis at the hospital with the bad news that they took out the wrong target because their antagonist had planted a decoy. Hearing this, Denis orders him to find the real person and execute him right away so that they won't have to restart time. Hours away from the checkpoint and knowing their second attempt also failed, Janet and Denis head into TLP's headquarters with their son in tow. They're clearly devastated because restarting time means losing their baby forever. The two plead with Wes not to do so, but the latter is resolute in her decision. Shiv watches tearfully while the couple cradle their baby in despair. Shortly after, Janet wakes up on the 1st of July, 2017, with no baby, leaving her heartbroken. A few months later, Janet is pregnant with her second child, and in this timeline, they're having a baby girl. She gives birth on July 1st, managing to evade the potential risk of time reset. We then cut to the year 2018, when Archie and Ross board a plane to embark on their fateful mission. What transpires next is a montage featuring Janet and Denis enduring the pain of repeated pregnancies and births, while Archie and Ross continually fail in their mission. With each clock restart, Janet finds herself pregnant and gives birth again, making her go through this extremely hard process repeatedly. As a result, this takes an emotional and physical toll on her, and we see life slowly drain from her. At one point, Janet becomes so depressed that she deliberately gets in a car accident with her baby on board. Thankfully, they survive due to the checkpoint. The mission finally completes when Ross sacrifices himself in the restaurant. Despite the situation having settled down, Denis remains unsatisfied with what TLP does. It appears that he has had enough of all the pain that Lazarus is causing. He then barges into Wes's office and demands some answers. When Wes denies revealing any information to him about the time machine, Denis holds her at gunpoint, arguing against playing God. Wes is still reluctant, so he shoots one of the guards, as well as her assistant, in rage. But before the situation escalates further, Shiv intervenes, attacking him from behind. He also has him, but Denis wrestles him and flees the scene. As he drives away, Denis calls Janet and tells her that he's going to end everything.
I'm a selfish boy, Janet, and I'm gonna do selfish boy things.
Back in the present, George joins Wes and the crew members for a debriefing regarding their next mission, a dangerous organization called the Lost Glory, in cahoots with Denis, is planning to obtain the Big Boy. The crew speculates that the nuclear warhead is in Prague, Czech Republic, so they must head there to detain the group. After the info dump from Wes, George goes to talk to Archie, requesting her to take him along in the mission. However, the latter doesn't believe that he's ready to return to the field after losing his wife recently. Later on, George goes back to see Denis, who tells him that Big Boy is his opportunity to restart time. That's how good it is. Denis then asks him to go to Barcelona to meet one of his contacts, who will help him. He also instructs him to drop a message on the Lost Glory's YouTube page regarding TLP's intent, keeping them one step ahead. In the aftermath, George travels to Barcelona and eventually arrives at the address. address. There, he meets Denis' contact, who is none other than Janet. Upon learning that he's been sent by Denis, she agrees to help him set up a detonator for Big Boy. They then start conversing, sharing everything about their tragic pasts. The next morning, George wakes up on the couch only to learn that Janet has already left the apartment. However, she seems to have left a gift, a detonator, and a message that reads, "I hope you get your girl back." Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and leave a like.
And we're back in third quarter planning. Adams is quarterbacking this project.
The movie commences with a Hungarian man recounting an incident involving his granddaughter, a little girl in skiing attire, standing on a slope at the Black Ridge. A free rider accidentally collides with her, rendering the little girl unconscious. Strangely, the man who caused the accident, along with a companion, chooses not to assist the injured child, but instead leaves her there. Following this, the distressed mother repeatedly attempts to contact her daughter, receiving no response. Fast forward 3 years. We encounter Mia and Max, an American couple cruising along a road, marveling at the snow-capped mountains. They're enthusiastic about their snowboarding excursion at the Black Ridge in Georgia. Continuing their journey along winding roads, they finally arrive at their hotel. Inside the Georgia Ski Hotel, they encounter an enigmatic woman attired in black. During the check-in process, Max expresses their excitement about the holiday, especially their planned visit to the Black Ridge. The receptionist at the hotel informs them that the Black Ridge is forbidden due to numerous recent disappearances. Despite the warning, Max is determined to fulfill their dream of visiting the ridge as a couple and arranges for a helicopter trip. That night, they engage in heartfelt discussions about their future, contemplating marriage, before eventually drifting off to sleep. Later, Mia, unable to sleep, decides to take a stroll. As she opens the door, she encounters the receptionist, who offers her a bottle of wine as a gesture from the hotel. The receptionist, once again, strongly advises against visiting the Black Ridge, citing a recent incident where a husband went missing and was found dead 5 days later. Mia, feeling unsettled, declines the wine and retreats to her room. The receptionist marks a cross on her door before leaving, a detail that alarms Mia. When Mia informs Max about the cross, he checks outside, finding it mysteriously vanished. The next morning, as they prepare to leave, Mia discovers a wedding ring in Max's bag, sparking excitement as she anticipates a proposal during their trip. As they depart, an ambulance arrives at the hotel carrying the deceased man mentioned by the receptionist. Max and Mia inquire about the cause of death, but the coroner is baffled, describing the situation as peculiar and lacking clear explanation. After witnessing the dead body and feeling hesitant, Max convinces Mia to stick to their plan, assuring her that nothing bad will happen. Reluctantly, she follows Max up the mountain, where the helicopter is waiting. Even the pilot warns them about the dangers of the Black Ridge, but Max's determination overrides Mia's concerns. Max resorts to bribing the pilot to take them to the forbidden Black Ridge, and they board the helicopter. During the journey, Mia notices a large cross atop a hill, learning from the pilot that it was placed there in memory of a girl who died at that spot. Legend has it that her ghost haunts the mountain since her tragic passing. Once dropped off at the Black Ridge, they begin snowboarding down the steep slope, communicating via comms and seeming to enjoy their time. Unbeknownst to them, they pass by a buried dead body in the snow. Upon reaching the valley below, a thick fog envelops Mia, and she loses sight of Max. Suddenly, a snowmobile rider collides with her, rendering her unconscious. When she awakens, she desperately tries to reach Max through communication devices and his cell phone, but receives no response. Lost and alone, she continues on foot, searching for a signal to no avail. Hours pass as Mia trudges through the snow until she spots a snowboard track and a distant figure. She notices red roses planted on the ground near the figure, discovering it's Max, tied to a snowmobile that starts dragging him away. In distress, Mia chases after them, pleading for help but receiving none. Following the snowmobile's path, she finds specks of blood and spots a man on a jet ski in the distance. Demanding answers about Max's whereabouts, she's met with the sight of a ticking bomb in the rider's possession. Thinking fast, Mia straps on her snowboard just before the bomb explodes, triggering a massive avalanche. Unfortunately, the avalanche catches up, burying her alive. To compound the horror, the mysterious rider starts driving a pole into the ground, further adding to the danger and peril. In a desperate struggle, Mia, injured and barely conscious, screams before passing out from the lack of air. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she extends her hand out of the snow, and miraculously, someone assists her, dragging her through the snow to safety. The scene shifts to a lodge, where a man with a knife approaches Mia as she sleeps. Treating her shoulder wound, the man speaks to Mia in Hungarian, cautioning her against coming to this place. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, the receptionist appears distressed and engages in an ominous phone conversation, stating it's not the tourists' fault, and this cycle needs to end. She declares it's her last involvement. At a secret shelter, an old man reveals to Mia a picture of his granddaughter, the same little girl who died at the movie's beginning. Despite language barriers, he communicates that his granddaughter passed away 3 years ago, playing a recording of her singing, "Let It Snow." Moved by his story, Mia sympathizes and they form an alliance to stop the snowmobile rider. Upon awakening the next morning, Mia explores the old man's dwelling but finds it empty. Venturing out further, she discovers a snowmobile along with Max's glove. Fearing that the old man is the snowmobile rider, she tries to escape using the snowmobile, taking essentials from the house, but none of the keys fit. Fortunately, a snowmobile driver arrives, displaying the correct key for the snowmobile Mia attempts to start before departing. Simultaneously, a search party arrives at Black Ridge to initiate a rescue operation. In a dire situation, Mia spends the following day walking in exhaustion, gradually losing strength. Weakened, she collapses on the ground, and on the third day stranded at the Black Ridge, she hears voices of a search party nearby. Sadly, they fail to notice her and continue their search, leaving Mia disheartened. Resuming her journey, she encounters a makeshift tent marked with "Stop," adorned with impaled baby dolls and Max's other glove. Entering the tent, she discovers walls covered in hundreds of black crosses and a shrine dedicated to the deceased little girl, accompanied by an array of knives. Further exploration leads her to find the old man restrained, bloodied, and urging her to flee. Spotting the enigmatic snowmobile rider entering the area, Mia runs for her life. As she flees, exhaustion overwhelms her, and she collapses in the snow, losing consciousness once more. Upon waking, she hears Max's voice calling through the comms, followed by the little girl's song. Despite attempting to communicate, Max remains silent, compelling Mia to continue her journey. Summoning every ounce of courage, Mia perseveres through the snow, resorting to eating snow for sustenance. Gazing at the engagement ring on her finger, a reminder of her acceptance of Max's proposal, she draws strength from its significance. Unfortunately, the snowmobile rider locates her, wielding an axe, initiating a terrifying pursuit. Racing for survival, she finds herself cornered at a cliff's edge, forcing her to leap off. Regaining consciousness later, Mia discovers herself near rocks and a stream of water. As Mia continues her journey along the river, she's startled by the sound of a snowmobile engine, creating a moment of panic. Struggling to cross the river, she finds the mysterious rider waiting on the opposite side. They engage in a tense standoff, Mia venting her frustration with a scream. Surprisingly, the rider backs off, leaving her alone. Exhausted, she treks until discovering a set of rundown buildings, settling down to rest. Pulling out a sandwich pilfered from the old man's place, she consumes it and later builds a fire to sleep beside. Her dreams drift to memories of Max and their aspirations for a family. Upon waking the next morning, she tries to communicate with Max via comms, but receives no response. Battling fatigue, she presses forward, relying solely on memories of Max to endure. Weakened and disoriented, she spots a distant figure and calls out Max's name in hope. As she approaches, she realizes it's just a snowman, but upon closer inspection, she notices a dead person inside. The snowman is composed of Max's lifeless body. Overwhelmed and heartbroken, Mia clings to him, feeling unable to live without the love of her life. In a heart-wrenching decision, she cradles the snowman that once was Max and throws herself over the cliff, choosing to end her life rather than face existence without him. In a surprising turn, the man in black observes Mia's tragic fall. Subsequently, the snowmobile rider heads towards a significant cross atop the hill engraved with Katie 2006 to 2017. The narrative shifts back in time to unveil Katie, the child from the film's outset, lying lifeless in the snow, surrounded by her grandfather, mother, and the mysterious receptionist, her aunt. The scene then returns to the present, unraveling the revelation that the man in black is, in fact, Katie's grieving mother. The voice of the grandfather echoes, stating the profound intensity of a heartbroken mother's revenge. The storyline revisits an earlier, happier time, showing Katie joyously singing "Let It Snow," while embracing her mother in a heartwarming scene. As the film nears its end, the camera descends the mountainside, revealing Mia's bloodied body amidst the snow. Surprisingly, Mia is not deceased. She manages to rise to her feet, appearing utterly devastated and disoriented, conveying a sense of profound loss and confusion.
They recovered my money plus interest, so they got me £170,000. Getting the money back, I now feel
The movie commences with a Hungarian man recounting an incident involving.
The opening scene features an app developer, George Addo.
In the near future, a deadly virus strikes humanity and quickly causes the collapse of civilization. The continents are nothing but chaos, violence, and cannibalism, but the virus doesn't spread offshore. In Germany, the only safe space is Helgoland, an island sealed off from the outside world. 513 people live there, and to keep up with resources, whenever someone new is born, a resident must be sacrificed. The island is ruled by brutal laws, and anyone who breaks them ends up at the bottom of a leaderboard. A mock vote decides who has to die and who still gets a chance to prove themselves. 15 years have passed since the initial virus outbreak. In Helgoland, Amelie is giving birth to her baby while reporter Lola records the whole process. The baby is born well and healthy and gets a blessing from her grandfather, who then leaves the clinic to approach the cliff. It turns out he volunteered to self-delete so his granddaughter could have his spot on the island. The man says goodbye to the family before meeting his death, unaware that back in the clinic, Dr. Mark discovers it isn't over. Amelie is having twins, and soon a second baby is born. They never suspected this because they lack hospital equipment. Afterward, the council discusses what to do regarding the second baby. Some of them think they shouldn't kill anyone and allow the island to reach 514 people, but others point out that if they make an exception now, then everyone will ask for one in the future. In the end, Beatrice announces they'll let the people vote on the matter. The newscast covers the story and reminds people of the leaderboard. On 511th place is Christian, who freaks when he sees his name on the screen. He says that if he gets chosen he won't jump, but his friend Hendrik reminds him that the last person who tried that was pushed by force in a cage. The 512th place is Elise, an old lady who is seen as a waste because she can't contribute much in her old age. The last place is Etienne, who is seen as a criminal although he swears he's just a hard worker. The next day, Marek and his son Linus go to the lab to continue working on a vaccine. However, Marek is frustrated because they're lacking resources and fresh samples, so he thinks they won't be making any progress like this. Afterward, Judith picks up Marek so they can deliver medicine in town. First they visit Etienne, whose wife Lisa blames Judith for his last place on the board. Judith reminds her that Etienne stole medicine, but Lisa points out he had to do that because the doctors wouldn't give it to him. He had only wanted to help his sick wife, yet he was punished with no food for 4 weeks. The argument is interrupted when a neighbor comes by to get Lisa's grandfather's clock, making Marek realize that the couple has been buying votes. Lisa begs him to talk to Beatrice and Marek promises to do what he can. Meanwhile, Amelie suddenly wakes up from her nap when she hears a noise and discovers Elise in the room with a baby in her arms. Amelia immediately takes the child back and accuses Elise of wanting to kill the baby to save herself, but Elise swears she wouldn't hurt a child and just found the baby on the stairs, so she tried to help. Back to Marek, he visits Laura to bring her some medicine in secret. However, Judith has been watching him and later tells Beatrice about it at the supermarket. To Judith's surprise, Beatrice asks her to keep the secret for now because they need Marek and his knowledge, but she hopes Judith may replace him one day. At that moment, a kid accidentally breaks a jar of pickles.
Do you need a free, easy way to capture your screen? Introducing Outplayed. Record anything on your PC.
And Hendrik tells Christian this is the perfect moment to look good in front of the crowd. Christian approaches the child and gives him an apple while saying it wasn't his fault. Then another woman also gives the kid a little gift. Beatrice then announces they both get a point for sharing their food. Nearby, Hendrik finds Etienne and Lisa and mentions he'll be working at the storage today, so he offers to illegally get some food for them. Lisa calls him disgusting and tries to push him away, but Henrik immediately stops her and threatens to be less nice next time. Afterward, Henrik drops the tomato he had been eaten and leaves, so Etienne picks up the tomato and eats it to Lisa's disgust. The whole encounter is noticed by Beatrice, who follows Henrik out and scolds him for his behavior, saying she can't protect him forever. It turns out Henrik is her son, and he refuses to behave unless Beatrice gets him a position of power. Later, Marek returns to the lab and after suiting up, he reveals a locked door at the back where he's keeping Peter, a sick patient from the mainland who is being used as a lab rat. The deal says that if the experimentation goes well, he can live on the island once he's cured. While Marek gives him an injection, Peter mentions he's been feeling better, so he thinks the medicine may be working. Meanwhile, Lisa meets with Hendrik in secret to accept his food offer, which she must pay with her body. However, the moment is interrupted when an alert comes in saying mainlanders are trying to reach the island. Since Hendrik couldn't finish, he gives Lisa just a can and then runs to meet with the other guards at the shore. They can see a raft coming, so they tell them to go back or they'll open fire. The group doesn't obey and a guard shoots, killing a mainlander. The rest of the group gets scared and tries to go away, but Hendrik keeps on shooting to kill them all, for which he gets scolded by squad leader Mia. A few hours later, Everyone gathers to do the voting. First the points are adjusted and now Christian isn't the bottom 3 anymore. The citizens vote to keep the second baby, and among the 3 candidates, Etienne gets the most votes to be killed. At that moment Lisa says she votes for Hendrik because he's an abuser, and soon more women stand up to back up her story. Hendrik points out it was all consensual, but the women say his MO is to exchange food for pleasure and he was just taking advantage of desperate people. The locals immediately begin supporting the women, so Beatrice has no choice but to admit Hendrik committed coercion and theft, so she lets the group vote again. Every single person votes to kill Hendrik, however Beatrice says a mother can't kill her own son and Hendrik will be kicked out instead. All the locals protest yet they're ignored and Hendrik is taken to jail. Lola records the whole thing, but when she edits the video, she cuts out the people's protests. In the meantime Marek goes back to the lab and discovers Peter isn't doing well, so he gives him a new injection as he promises it'll help. Moments later Peter is dead and Marek incinerates the body. The next morning, Linus informs Marek that he's joining Mia's expedition group to the mainland to get updates on the world. Marek tries to forbid him from doing it, but Linus ignores his concerns. Sometime later, the locals go to say goodbye to the expedition group, who are also taking Hendrik with them. On his way to the boat, Hendrik headbutts Etienne and has to be dragged away. During the trip, the group shares stories about the mainland, imagining it as a zombie apocalypse. Eventually they reach a harbor and Hendrik is pushed out of the boat. Desperate, he tries to give a speech to make them feel sorry for him, but Heinz starts beating him up because some women in his family were his victims. Hendrik offers bribes if they take him back, so Heinz shoots at the ground to make him run away. Then Mia has to stop Heinz from shooting again. Back on the island, Beatrice is called to the water supply building because there are issues with the filtration, which is about to reach total shutoff. As the employees search for the problem, a woman finds a radio and shows it to Beatrice, who is surprised because radios are illegal on the island. Moments later Chief Engineer Ulik announces he solved the problem and Beatrice congratulates him for his hard work, but when he asks to bring his wife to the island because she isn't infected, Beatrice refuses. Back to the expedition group, they sail through a river to take a look at the city and find it in an awful state. The soldiers leave to search for samples, but Linus is told to stay in the boat. At a bridge, Mia and the soldiers meet with the Earl, whom they've been doing business for a while. They're suddenly interrupted by a desperate man asking to be taken to the island, but Earl's people shoot him down. Mia gives Earl fresh food and in return, Earl gives them medicine and 2 huge boxes. Meanwhile Linus gets tired of waiting and searches the area, only to find a bunch of survivors who tell him the virus is gone. Linus doesn't believe them and keeps his gun up, so the survivors make fun of him and leave. Suddenly Linus is approached by Mojik, who gives Linus a bottle of medicine and says there's a lot more on an abandoned ship lab he found. Linus agrees to follow him and they enter the ship, where Linus shows him a box full of medicine. He says there's more of it and proper equipment in the actual lab and asks for asylum for him and his friends in return. Linus tries to explain he can't give them that, only to suddenly find himself surrounded by survivors. Scared, he runs away. In the meantime, Mia's group is going back to the boat, and suddenly a survivor jumps on Heinz to remove his mask. The soldiers immediately shoot the guy and get on the boat, where they discover Linus is gone. However, they claim they can't waste time and leave without him. At that moment Linus comes out of the ship and sees the group leaving, so he starts running after them. A local tries to stop him, but Linus quickly knocks him down and keeps running. Then he climbs on a higher surface and jumps toward the river, landing on the boat just in time. To his surprise, Mojik lands right behind him, and Mia immediately shoots him. Then the soldiers notice Linus has a tear in his suit, so they shoot him with a tranquilizer to put him to sleep. Moments later at the island, Linus wakes up and hides the medicine bottle in his fist while he's taken to the cells and given a good wash. When Marek finally comes to see him, Linus gives him the medicine and tells him about the lab. Then Marek gives his son an injection just in case. Soon Heinz is also brought to a cell and he won't stop coughing, so Marek checks his body and finds a rash on his skin. Afterward Marek tests the medicine Linus brought and confirms it's real. He asks Beatrice to send another team to the mainland, but Beatrice refuses because having 2 people in quarantine has already been enough trouble. Before leaving, she tells Marek to give Heinz fake medicine and Marek is devastated to do so. On the mainland, Earl's men retrieve Mojik's body from the water and find medicine in his pocket, so Earl sends them to find Mojik's friends. Nearby Hendrik finally makes it to the city and sees how a survivor gives Wilma a watch in exchange for being disinfected. Hendrik tries to do the same but only has a keychain to offer, so Wilma threatens him into staying back. To prove he doesn't have a rash, Hendrik removes his clothes and uses the chance to seduce her. Wilma falls for it and dances with Hendrik while listening to her boombox. However, when Hendrik asks for a sip of her water bottle, Wilma slaps him for it. Then she gives him new clothes and takes him around the area to show him her cleaning routine in the theater where she lives, mentioning that her last assistant accidentally caught on flames because of the rubbing alcohol. She keeps mentioning Earl, but whenever Hendrik tries asking about him, she shuts him up. Later when Wilma checks on her stash of treasures, Hendrik surprises her from behind and beats her up to death. Meanwhile, Beatrice talks to Lisa and compliments how brave she was when she stood up against Hendrik, resulting in manipulating Lisa into becoming her eyes and ears around the island with the promise of a good life for her and her husband. The next time Beatrice appears on TV, Lisa shows approval of Hendrik's punishment having been an exception. At the lab, Marek convinces Judith to help him with the research since he works slowly without Linus. When they check the boxes Earl sent, Judith is disgusted to find 2 people in them, but Marek isn't surprised since it's part of the deal with Earl. Both people are kept as lab rats in secret cells and given injections to test Marek's vaccine trials. Unfortunately, Heinz dies before they can find a cure to help him. In the other cell, Linus hides the fact he has a rash too. During a town meeting, Beatrice shares the news about Heinz and blames Mia for it, calling her an irresponsible leader. Mia protests, but Beatrice ignores her and wants to vote to make Mia lose 100 points. Suddenly Lola's daughter Fiona starts coughing and her friends copy her, causing everyone to run away. Beatrice stays and announces Mia is losing her points, so her name goes down on the leaderboard. Afterward, the council votes in favor of holding parents responsible for their children's actions. The next morning Fiona throws up, and Lola realizes she may be pregnant. She takes her to see Lore, who has a testing machine that confirms the pregnancy. Lola wants Fiona to let Lore remove the fetus because it's an illegal pregnancy, but Fiona refuses and runs off. Then Lore informs Lola there's a tea she can use to force the loss of the baby. When she returns home, Lola pretends she just wants to comfort Fiona and gives her the tea. After Lola leaves the room, Fiona's boyfriend Tom comes out of hiding and promises he'll refuse to join the squad to take care of his new family instead. The next day at the lab, the mainland patients are getting worse. Marek says they need to work faster on a cure because they don't have time, but when Judith asks what it means, he refuses to explain. Then Judith gives another injection to a patient, who explains her brother sold her to Earl in exchange for food. Meanwhile, Marek checks on Linus, who has been feeling weird temperature changes and having weird dreams. He finally reveals his rash, only for Marek to confess he's known since Linus came back, explaining why he's in such a hurry. Linus convinces Marek to use him as a lab rat too because he wants to be useful before dying. On the mainland, Earl confronts Mojik's gang, showing them the body and telling them the islanders did it. Earl promises better living conditions and food for the whole group if they tell him where the ship is, but Spark is suspicious of Earl and tells him Mojik lied. After sending the other kids to have some food, Earl talks to Spark in private and convinces him they can make a deal. Spark knows Earl wants to reach the island, so he asks for protection and to be taken to the island too. Earl agrees and gives him his word. Back in the lab, Marek gives Linus the injection before leaving. On his way out, he finds Mia in jail preparing weapons, which is her punishment. Marek decides to offer her a deal. He'll let her out if she sneaks to the mainland to find the ship with medicine that Linus mentioned. However, Mia doesn't want any more trouble and tells him to talk to Beatrice first. Meanwhile, Hendrik begins wandering with Wilma's cart, and when he sees a young woman, he gives her some batteries in exchange for information. At that moment, 3 men appear behind him and knock him out with a taser. When Hendrik wakes up, he's hanging upside down and his clothes are missing. It turns out the woman is part of the gang that captured Hendrik and now they want to eat him. But when Hendrik says he works for Earl, they hesitate. They don't really believe him, but they can't take the risk either, so they take Hendrik to see Earl. Hendrik introduces himself as Beatrice's son and pretends he was kidnapped during the squad's last visit, making it seem like he was accidentally left behind and that Beatrice will pay well for him. He also says that Wilma died of the virus and that her last wish was for him to bring all her things to Earl. Pleased by this information, Earl pays the gang with some medicine and keeps Hendrik. Later, after checking on his rabbit meat factory, Earl checks on a chained-up Hendrik to inform him his tests confirm he isn't infected. However, he's also brought information. He knows Beatrice kicked Hendrik out and that Wilma was killed. Desperate, Hendrik offers information about the island's defense ring and its weakness, so Earl decides to let him live.
So what is ClickUp? ClickUp is an all-in-one productivity software where you can manage everything and any.
The next day, the island opens interviews on the mainland to take one more person because there's an open spot after Heinz's death. Ulik's wife Kaiso attends, and after a test confirms she isn't infected, she gets interviewed through a screen. Since she says she has pharmaceutical training, Marek asks her some questions to check her knowledge. Kaiso answers everything correctly and passes to the final round. In the meantime, Etienne gets a new job at the island's last windmill, thanks to Lisa's new friendship with Beatrice. While taking care of the tools, he finds a bottle of alcohol. Etienne gives the bottle to his boss Joachim, who takes it and sends Etienne home. Later in the afternoon, Beatrice gathers the locals and presents the 2 best candidates for a new citizen. One is Kaiso and the other is a surgeon named Daniela, who offers a grand speech about her experience in the post-virus world. Both women answer Marek's questions very well, but when it's time to vote, Daniela easily wins because they find a surgeon to be more useful. Ulik is heartbroken to hear this and yells about the promises the council made before announcing he'll go back to the mainland to be with his wife. However, Beatrice forbids it because he's the only one that knows how to handle the water supply system. Soon Daniela arrives at the island, and the locals don't see that 2 gang members are hidden in the boat. That night, Daniela sees Ulike spying on her and tells him off. Meanwhile, Joachim tries to hide the bottle, but he can feel the alcohol calling for him and ends up getting drunk. In the morning, Ulike starts climbing the windmill to cause some damage to its engine. Joachim sees him on the security cameras, but as soon as he stands up to go after him, he collapses because of his hangover. Eventually he manages to stand up again and tries to climb the windmill too, only to slip and break his leg, leaving him hanging on a step. Soon an ambulance picks him up and takes him to Marek and Judith. They have no choice but to cut the leg off, and by the time Daniela arrives, she's so horrified by the view that she runs away. After the operation is over, Marek confronts Daniela, who admits she isn't a surgeon and just memorized the book Marek uses to answer his questions. She promises she's there to help Marek and Linus, saying Beatrice's days are numbered. At that moment Judith enters the room because she heard everything. She also reveals she knows Linus is infected and that Marek has been using more resources with him than usual, which is against the rules. Daniela suddenly attacks her and starts beating her up, grabbing a fire extinguisher to kill her with a blow to the head. She asks Marek to keep the secret because she'll bring enough resources for Marek to finally find the cure and save his son. Afterward they throw Judith's body into the ocean. The next day, Beatrice tries to manipulate Fiona into becoming her daughter, but Fiona tells her off. Then Beatrice reveals Tom is in jail for not wanting to join the squad and makes a lot of threats toward him and Fiona's friends, yet Fiona still doesn't surrender. She thinks the so-called nice community Beatrice is built as a scam and doesn't care if she's sent to the bottom of the leaderboard. In the evening, Tom's parents visit him in jail and notice he's injured, but Tom swears he fell. At that moment Ulike is brought in as well and he also has injuries, proving that the guards are being too violent to their prisoners. At the lab, Linus collapses and Marek spends lots of resources treating him until Linus awakes again. The next morning, Fiona is on her way to work when she suddenly passes out in the middle of the road. She wakes up in her bed and Marek checks on her, confirming she had a miscarriage. Lola asks Marek to keep the secret from Beatrice, mentioning patient confidentiality. Meanwhile Beatrice is worried about Judith and checks on Joachim to ask him about the operation, but he says he was out and doesn't remember anything. After explaining Etienne fixed the windmill, Beatrice looks around the clinic and finds a tooth stuck on the wall. She immediately goes to see Marek and accuses him of killing Judith, but Marek just laughs because he knows Beatrice needs him and can't kick him out. Then Beatrice says she'll make it look like Ulike killed Judith, leaving Marek feeling guilty. During another town meeting, Beatrice tells everyone that Ulike killed Judith, and Lisa helps her with some fake evidence. Everyone votes to punish Ulike except for Fiona's group, Marek, and Tom's parents. After the meeting, Joachim visits Lisa and Etienne, who has become the person in charge of the windmill because Joachim can't work anymore. Joachim points out many people know he used to be an addict and that Lisa has access to Beatrice's supplies, implying she set him up so her husband could get a promotion. The couple denies it and Joachim breaks down, so Lisa offers him to work as her domestic worker so he can still feel useful. Sometime later, the locals gather at the beach to watch how Ulike is tied up with some heavy metal and left near the water for the waves to slowly kill him. Feeling very guilty, Marek decides to go to the lab and tell Linus all his secrets. The day the apocalypse took over the world, Marek was returning to his home on the island with a younger Linus while his wife Tessa was still at the hospital taking samples from infected dead people. Before he was allowed to pass, he had to prove he lived there and that he wasn't infected. Afterward Marek sneaked inside a grocery store to get some supplies and met Beatrice, who was a shelf filler back then, and let him leave with some food without paying. When Marek made it to the island, he talked to Nurse Lore and they worked together to start a testing station. Meanwhile Beatrice gave the other employees a big speech and they teamed up to take control of the store. The employees painted the windows and when clients came, they didn't let them pass. Instead they announced a new system in which the clients gave them the lists and the employees would bring out their orders. Some people got angry because they were only allowed to take low quantities to avoid hoarding, so Beatrice pretended the employees were armed to force them to cooperate. In the evening when the boss left the store, the angry clients took him hostage. Beatrice immediately locked the door and asked the employees to vote on what to do. They decided not to open the doors, and the boss got killed. Then Beatrice opened the doors so her team could threaten to shoot the clients, who dropped the weapons and ran away in fear. The team gathered the weapons and Beatrice sent them after the clients while little Hendrik watched from inside the store. The next day, Beatrice contacted the island's police chief and told him she had organized her own militia by manipulating young people into protecting their home. She thought they should make a plan to secure the island and save it from the catastrophe that was taking over the world. At first the cop refused, but Beatrice changed his mind when she showed him the client she had tied up in the trunk of her car. Soon Beatrice took control of the island's pharmacy by keeping it in her store too, and Lola started filming her to show how much good she was doing for the community. When Marek discovered this, he threatened to tell the authorities because someone without proper knowledge shouldn't be in charge of medicine, but Beatrice told him she was the authorities. To shut him up, Beatrice let Marek take the medicine he needed for his tests. Sometime later the mayor gathered all the island citizens and accused Beatrice and her group of vigilantism. Beatrice immediately began a manipulative speech, telling everyone how the store boss got killed and how she had a black market to keep the store stocked because the mayor was failing at his job. She even brought out the captured client as proof.
Are you constantly overwhelmed with your workload? Look at this schedule, perfectly organized and managed with
Marek tried to protest, but the police chief backed up Beatrice's story and soon the locals were beating up the client to show their support of Beatrice's policies. Marek ran to the guy to try to help him, but he was pulled back and the cops took the man to the ocean. With another speech, Beatrice convinced everyone to let the guy drown. In the evening, Marek called Tessa, who was making some progress with the understanding of the virus. At that moment, a bunch of angry people broke into the hospital and started killing all the workers. When they surrounded Tessa, she threatened to break a test tube with the virus, but they didn't believe her and started beating her up while destroying her lab. Marek had to watch on the screen how Tessa was murdered without mercy. Meanwhile, Beatrice went to talk to Laura about keeping the population manageable for the sake of supplies. At that moment, she saw 513 on a calendar ad and told Laura 513 was the perfect number to keep the DNA on the island from being the same, claiming it was a calculation made by the local scientist. Laura was horrified because that would mean getting rid of half the island's citizens, so Beatrice threatened to kick her off if she didn't cooperate. But if Laura did help her, Beatrice would secretly give her all the medicine she needed for her diabetes. Laura had no choice but to agree. Sometime later, the tides dropped some infected bodies on the island, which were thrown out of the mainland. Laura and Beatrice took a sample of their blood and then visited a citizen to inject him with the infected blood while claiming it was protection against the virus. Later, the guy felt very sick and ran out of the house, only to drop dead in front of a bunch of people who took this as more proof of Beatrice's stories. Afterward, Marek started to test everyone on the island while Lola recorded everything as part of Beatrice's propaganda campaign. Marek and Laura tested all the blood and everyone came out clean. However, Beatrice marked half the island as infected. At first, Marek refused to be part of it, but Beatrice reminded him of Tessa and pointed out they had to stop the same from happening on the island. Marek gave in when Beatrice promised to give him the resources to develop a vaccine, guilting him into thinking about his son. Afterward, Marek visited every fake infected person with the guards and forced them to leave the island on the ferry until only 513 people were left. Some people tried to protest, only to get shot in the process. Watching with horror, Marek swore to find the vaccine and bring Beatrice to justice after the pandemic was over. In the present, Linus tells Marek that what he did was selfish but he still loves him. Then Linus dies and Marek is so devastated that he finally snaps. He takes the security tape with his confession intending to show the whole island the truth, and when Laura comes to take it from him, Fiona grabs it first because she approves of the idea. At that moment, Daniela shows up with a gun and forces Fiona to give her the tape, then she shoots it to destroy the evidence and announces the Earl is coming, so things are about to change. On the mainland, Spark tells Earl the location of the ship with the lab and they bring it out to start with their plan. Meanwhile, on the island, the gang members kill one of the councilmen. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. In 1966, China is going through a cultural revolution launched by their leader Mao Zedong. The period of political violence is known as Red August and causes thousands of deaths as soldiers kill anyone who spreads modern teachings. In Beijing, a crowd demands punishment for teachers and students who are presented on a stage by soldiers. Most of the victims agree to be rehabilitated to avoid getting killed. However, a physics professor refuses to give up his values and the soldiers bring out his wife, who has joined the revolution and begs her husband to change sides too. The professor refuses and the soldiers start beating him until he's dead while his daughter Wenji watches in tears. After the event is over, Wenji goes to retrieve the body, only to be surrounded by soldiers. In Inner Mongolia in 1967, soldiers are forcing the prisoners to cut down trees to build something secret. On top of the hill there's a base with a huge satellite dish, part of the secret project. There are weird stories about the area surrounding the dish. People lose their hair if they get too close and the clear weather turns stormy. Wenji is one of the working prisoners and befriends a soldier who gives her a book in English because he knows she can speak it. Unfortunately, the commander eventually finds the book and sends her to division headquarters. Later, in a freezing cell, Wenji is asked to sign a document so she can return to the construction corps. The document turns out to be a testimony against her father's associates so they can be traced down and killed. Wenji refuses and is punished with a bucket of cold water thrown on her and her bed. Afterward, Wenji is taken to the base at the top of the hill. The soldiers there know about Wenji's scientific papers, and since they need brains like that, she's given the option of rehabilitation there rather than in prison. Their research is of the highest security classification, so if she accepts she'll never be able to leave. Wenji doesn't hesitate to take the offer and is shown the secret experiment called the Red Coast Project. The technicians activate the satellite dish, causing a strange noise that makes all local birds panic, crash against the dish, and fall dead. Afterward, in a private meeting, Wenji deduces they aren't making weapons, and the soldiers confirm they're sending messages to outer space. In London in 2024, private investigator Clarence observes the murder scene of a physics doctor from MIT. There is a bunch of numbers scrawled up on the wall in blood, showing a countdown. There is also a message that says "I still see it." The body is on the ground with his eyes missing and a knife in his hand, appearing to be a case of self-deletion. However, Clarence has been seeing many cases lately of scientists that write a countdown on the wall before dying, so he's suspicious. At the Oxford University Particle Accelerator, Saul informs his co-worker Vera that the project they're working on is about to be shut down because their test results don't follow the rules of physics. After telling Saul not to give up, Vera goes to a strange pool and falls to her death. Meanwhile, scientists Augie and Jin discuss the reason why experiments are failing. Starting a month ago, all the major accelerators across the world have been generating results that make no sense. Jin shares the results of Saul's experiment and Augie can see they have no rhyme or reason. At that moment she gets a call, and when she picks up her phone, she sees some strange glowing lines that soon disappear. Then she turns around and sees the same lines floating around, but nobody can see them. Suddenly the lines transform and become the same countdown from the crime scenes. Sometime later, Augie continues to see the numbers around her on the train and even during Vera's funeral. Jin asks her if she saw a neurologist, and Augie explains doctors didn't find anything wrong with her. Clarence is parked outside the funeral and takes pictures of everyone, including an old man called Mike who is in charge of an important oil company. Clarence follows Mike to a big field and takes pictures of the man leaving in a helicopter. Later in the evening, Augie is smoking on the street when she's approached by a woman named Tatiana who knows about the countdown and tells Augie that to make it stop she must shut down all her work. Then the following day at midnight she must look at the stars. Tatiana leaves after warning Augie not to let the countdown reach zero and gifting her a pack of cigarettes. Augie opens it and finds a little decoding gadget. The next day, Jin visits Vera's mother, who happens to be an older Wenji. She explains that Vera didn't act differently or act strange before dying, but she was playing a lot of video games. Wenji shows Jin a weird headset that looks nothing like a normal game and lets her have it. Later at her house, Jin puts on the headset and immediately appears inside a virtual reality while a voice announces it's level 1. She's wearing different clothes and there's a fortress in the distance, but as the sun quickly goes higher and the wind picks up, a skeleton is revealed in the sand. Jin screams and takes the headset off. In the evening, Augie brings Saul with her to look at the stars like Tatiana said. Augie also mentions that the gadget stopped being made in 1963. Then they look at the sky, and when a clock announces it's midnight, Augie is shocked to notice all the stars lighting up only to then start blinking. Everyone around the world can see the same thing, and Saul realizes that it's Morse code, so he uses the little gadget to decode it. The resulting message is a bunch of numbers that match Augie's countdown. The next day all news outlets are covering the strange phenomenon. Sok visits Wenji and says the incident didn't actually happen because satellites didn't pick up on it, so it must be a deepfake. Meanwhile, Augie is making a demonstration at work, but she's very nervous because her countdown only has a few minutes left. In the end she panics and orders her coworkers to shut it all down, then she rushes out of the building. To her surprise, the countdown suddenly disappears. She's then approached by Clarence, who offers his help. Back in 1968, the experiments at the base continue. They've been transmitting their message for several years now, they've received nothing so far. Other countries haven't had any luck either. Wenji thinks that their signal is too weak and that they need to strengthen their signal, so she believes they should get their hands on the research made by American scientist Dr. Peterson. The soldiers are wary but bring her the information, which Wenji breaks down on a board. Peterson and his team received an intense radio burst from Jupiter on the same day they did, but China got it 13 minutes later from the sun. This means the sun reflected and amplified the radio waves from Jupiter, so they should direct their satellite at the sun to amplify their own message. The idea is presented to the commander, who immediately turns it down because shooting the sun with a radio beam would be bad political symbolism since their leader is seen as the red sun. However, later when Wenji is at the control panel, she secretly moves the dish anyway and nobody notices. In the present, Clarence shows Augie footage from the street security cameras, revealing that Tatiana doesn't appear. However, something is clearly happening because someone lighted Augie's cigarette. Clarence also explains that the countdown has appeared for many scientists around the world and the result is always the same. The numbers disappear if they stop working, and if they don't they die. Meanwhile, Jin tries the headset again. Once she's in the game, she's approached by a count and his young follower. Then he starts heading to the fortress she saw last time while explaining part of the gameplay is predicting when a civilization is stable or chaotic. Suddenly the sun rises and the group rushes to hide behind a big rock. There isn't enough room for all three of them. So the follower walks out and the sun dehydrates her in seconds. The Count rolls up the remaining skin and explains they can fix her when a stable era comes. Then Jin calls fellow scientist Jack to get his opinion on the headset. He puts it on, but as soon as he appears in the game, a woman tells him that he's not invited and kills him with her blade. Jack immediately takes the headset off, and after telling Jin how realistic it was, he tries twice again only to always get the same result. This whole conversation is being heard by Clarence, who has bugged their phones. In the evening, Jack gets home and is shocked to find a box waiting in his living room. It turns out it's his own headset with a card inviting him to play. Jack immediately puts it on, and instead of a fortress and Chinese clothes like Jin's game, he gets English clothes and a European castle. He's also approached by a follower and a Count, who Jack immediately punches, thinking he was going to get killed again. The Count tells Jack his mission is to rehydrate the masses. The next day, Jack shares his excitement about the game with his best friend and fellow scientist Will, who interrupts him with terrible news: he has stage 4 cancer and only a few months left. Back to Jin, she continues to play the game and makes it inside the fortress where the Emperor awaits. The Count is using sticks to make a prediction, so Jin points out it's not reliable and that they should use science instead. Her concerns are ignored and the Count predicts 8 days of the chaotic era, followed by a stable era of 63 years. The Count then makes Jin touch the ground, causing time to start going quickly outside until 8 days pass. Now the world has been renewed and there's a glorious sea around the fortress, so the soldiers throw all the rehydrated bodies into the water to make them live again. Jin throws the follower too and she quickly comes back. Unfortunately, the prediction is soon proven wrong when the sky suddenly turns dark and a huge storm hits the area. Everyone panics and begins running toward the fortress, but Jin stays and struggles against the crowd to reach the follower. As soon as she touches her, the follower comes apart in frozen pieces. When the storm finally stops, the area is a frozen wasteland. Jin is then approached by Sofan, the woman who had been killing Jack. She explains that civilization number 137 was obliterated by extreme cold, but Jin established that science was superior to mysticism and therefore completed the level. Now she must use science to save the next civilization. Meanwhile, Clarence visits his boss Thomas with an update on the investigation. In 1977, Ohio State University detected a 72-second signal that looked like an attempt at communication from someone in outer space. To this day, nobody has been able to decode it, and nobody outside Ohio detected it except for one observatory in China, where Mike lived in 1977. In the past, the soldiers take Wenji to see a younger Mike because she's the only one who can speak English. He says he's in China to save a bird that is close to extinction and he's been doing nothing but planting trees. The soldiers are looking to build a second lab in the area and Mike freaks out over what that would do to the environment, but he can't do anything because this isn't his property. Later in the evening, Wenji is keeping an eye on the signals when suddenly something starts coming through. A bunch of numbers appear on the screen followed by words in Chinese telling Wenji not to answer because if she does, then they will come to conquer Earth. After some thinking, Wenji sends back a message saying, "Come. We cannot save ourselves. I will help you conquer our world." Back to the present, Clarence visits the European Council for Nuclear Research in Switzerland. He learns that half a dozen projects have been abandoned and over 30 scientists have died recently. One of the scientists died on his knees with his head in the bath like Oppenheimer's wife. Clarence gets to look around the man's apartment and finds a headset in the safe, which he takes with him. Meanwhile, Augie's group is hanging out at Jack's house. Augie finds the headset and tries it on, only to be killed by Sofan. She immediately confronts Jack and Jin, who tell her it was just a game Vera played. Augie freaks out, pointing out humans don't have that technology and Vera died after playing it. Jack explains he has no idea where the headsets come from and that his security cameras didn't catch anyone breaking in. Saul agrees with Augie and says it's dangerous, so they make Jack and Jin promise they won't play anymore. However, after everyone goes home, Jin and Jack share a video call to discuss how to pass the game while Clarence continues to spy on them. Jin has been playing a lot and has a whiteboard with all her losses to analyze the data. They decide to team up and connect at the same time, showing up at level 2. The follower is also there and she remembers every time she died. The duo enters a church and meets with the Pope, who wants an explanation for the sun's behavior. Jin says this planet has a 3-body star system, meaning there are 3 suns, and when the planet wanders among them instead of only circling one, then it triggers a chaotic era. The Pope calls her a heretic and sends her to burn, so Jack tries fighting a guard to save her. At that moment the sun burns the entire area down, including the church and the follower, until Jin and Jack are surrounded by nothing but lava. Their answer was right though, so Sofan appears to send them to level 3. Sometime later, Saul and Jack visit Will, who is recovering from his operation. Suddenly he starts saying lots of nonsensical things, like complimenting Jack's hat even though he isn't wearing one. Meanwhile, Augie is pressured by her superiors to restart the project or they'll have to fire her. After lots of thinking, Augie starts the machine up again and the countdown immediately reappears, causing her to panic and turn the machine back off. The next day Jin and Jack meet to tackle level 3. This time they show up in Inner Mongolia, where an emperor built his pleasure dome. The area is filled with soldiers, including the follower. The duo enters the dome and finds the Emperor with 2 scientists, who have set up the 30 million soldiers into a specific formation of ones and zeros. It's just like a human computer using binary. The soldiers hold a bunch of flags and turn them over and over until the scientists find a solution. They predict a chaos era will start in 3 days and last 8 months, followed by a stable era of 10,000 years. The scientists touch the floor to make the days start passing fast while a mysterious man watches the game on various screens. Jack and Jin don't believe the calculations worked, and when the other 2 scientists insult them, the modern language proves they're also players. The Emperor tells his soldiers to boil Jack and Jin, so the duo is thrown inside a huge pot. As they deal with the boiling water, Jin touches the bottom to make the days pass until the 3 suns align. This eclipse causes everyone to suddenly float up into the air, but a soldier still manages to kill the scientists for their failure. Jin doesn't grab the follower in time and realizes their goal isn't saving the world, it's to save the people. This allows her and Jack to move to level 4. Afterward, the watching man prints the results and takes them to his boss Mike, saying they have 2 new candidates. Mike vets Jack and Jin for the London summit, and after the employee leaves, Mika uses a radio to read a story to Sofan, who he calls my lord. Sometime later, Jin and Jack receive a card telling them to go to certain address at 10 p.m. to experience level 4. In the evening, the duo heads there, unaware that Clarence is following them. Inside a strange building, they come across Tatiana, who tells them the answers are in level 4. Jin and Jack put on their headsets and show up on a wasteland, where the follower and Sofan are waiting for them. They explain that with a planet full of cataclysms and chaos, there's no hope of ever keeping a civilization going, and no computer can solve the 3-body problem. The only solution is to flee, which is why they've built a fleet of 1,000 spaceships that are making their way to Earth. After the explanation is over, Jin and Jack remove their headsets. Tatiana explains that aliens are real and they received an invitation to Earth from a human in China many years ago. Jack thinks it's all a scam, so he drops his headset and leaves. Jin stays and is invited to become part of an organization with the other champions from around the world. The card has coordinates to her next location. Outside, Clarence sees Jack leave and follows him to his home. Jack finds all the technology and lights in his house failing, and when he goes upstairs, he finds Tatiana there. As punishment for giving up, Tatiana pushes Jack against the glass and stabs him to death, then she disappears. In his car, Clarence can see the glass cracking but not Tatiana. In 1982, Wenji is finally free and works as a professor. She travels to London for a conference and meets with Mike, who is now in charge of his father's oil company. After confirming they still hold the same views about the rotten world, Wenji admits that she did something while working in the base. Back in the present, Clarence takes Augie and Jin to Thomas' office to watch the security footage. It's clear something invisible is attacking Jack, and Augie thinks it must be Tatiana. Thomas tells Jin to accept the invitation because it'll take them to the killer. Sometime later, Clarence informs Thomas that Mike is on an oil tanker that hasn't delivered any oil in 40 years. It's then shown that the tanker is Mike's base of operations, which is filled with young people who are taught the alien overlord as their savior. Mike gets a call from Sofan telling him that his enemies know where he is and compliments his smile, implying the aliens can actually see him. He starts reading Little Red Riding Hood, and Sofan gets very confused by the wolf's antics. Mike has to explain what lying and tricks are, realizing the aliens don't have those concepts and believed all the stories were real. When Sofan finally understands Mike has been lying, she says they can't trust him and that they're afraid of him, so she hangs up and never contacts him again. In the evening, Jin drives to the meeting while Thomas tracks her movements and Clarence follows her. At the right coordinates, a guard confirms Jin's identity and makes her get in another car, which takes her to an abandoned building where all the champions have gathered. At that moment, Wenji shows up and it's revealed she was the founder of the organization. She explains the aliens will arrive in 400 years, so they must prepare the world for their arrival. Her speech is suddenly interrupted when Thomas' armed men storm into the building and surround the crowd. Wenji tells everyone to sit down and cooperate because she's sure their lord will protect them. The soldiers begin tying everyone up and try to take Jin out, but Tatiana notices and opens fire, causing everyone to panic and start running. While Wenji continues to sit on the stage, Thomas' soldiers have a gunfight with the organization's guards and people start dying all over the place. Tatiana tries to shoot Jin, but Clarence shows up and shoots Tatiana in the leg to make her fall. Then Clarence drags Jin outside. Moments later, ambulances arrive and start taking care of the wounded people while the soldiers arrest the others. Nearby, Tatiana manages to escape by crawling away on the grass. In 1984, Mike takes Wenji to his tanker so they can establish their own research base there. Mike explains the aliens already tried to contact her again, but she left the base before she could see it. He's gathered all the messages in his computer and says Wenji has brought hope back for humanity, then they kiss. In the present, Clarence interrogates Wenji, who explains she invited the aliens because humanity needs to be saved. She also confirms Mike is Vera's father, but he never met her and she hadn't known his identity because Wenji had tried to protect her from this whole deal. Vera never used the headset, it was a lie Wenji told Jin to recruit her. Mike's tanker is called Judgment Day and it's capable of communication faster than light speed, which they built thanks to the aliens' advanced knowledge. Clarence and Thomas conclude they need to get the data on the ship, but they can't just send soldiers with weapons because it would give them time to destroy all the data and missiles could damage it. Remembering Augie's nanofiber tech experiment, Clarence goes to see her and asks her to finish her work. At first she refuses because she's scared of dying, but Clarence convinces her it would be revenge for Jack. In the evening they go to Augie's lab and she turns on the machine, only to notice the countdown doesn't reappear. She hugs Clarence in relief and he says the aliens don't seem to be protecting their followers anymore. The next day they take the nanotech to a group of naval officers who have been hired by Thomas to go after Judgment Day. This mission will kill a bunch of people and Augie protests, but her indignation is ignored. Later in Panama, Augie guides the team to get the nanotech ready, although she continues to protest against the death of civilians. When the tanker finally appears on the river, the nanotech immediately attacks, and it's so tiny that nobody can see it. Every single person aboard gets killed including the kids, resulting in an absolute bloodbath. The nanotech also attacks the structures, slowly bringing down the ship. Mike runs away as he tries to escape, but he falls and breaks his ankle. On his knees, he apologizes to his lord before he is killed as well. The ship eventually comes apart and crashes on the shore, catching on fire. After helicopters put out the flames, the team searches the wreckage and finds Thomas' body with a red box in his hands. For the next 2 weeks various scientists try to analyze it, however it's too advanced for them to crack it. Suddenly they get access to the information without doing anything, which means the aliens want them to know what's inside. There are 28 gigabytes of text and media files, plus an unknown file type that's a 100 million gigabytes. Meanwhile Thomas visits Wenji and shows her the recording of Mike's last conversation with the aliens. Hearing this shocks Wenji, who is starting to consider the aliens may be turning hostile after all. Afterward Thomas brings Jin to his headquarters and shows her the mysterious file. Suspecting it may be another game level, Jin and Thomas put on the headsets and appear in a post-apocalyptic wasteland where Sofan is waiting for them. Sofan explains the aliens don't look human and her form is for the player's benefit. She also says that humanity advances too fast, so in 400 years their technology will be better than the aliens and could possibly kill the incoming fleet. Their goal has always been to kill humanity's advancements, which is why they targeted scientists. To do so they use sophons, which are protons turned into a sentient computer. That's the mysterious file in the box. There are more dimensions than the eye can see and they've managed to use these higher dimensions to mess with the very foundations and fabric of how humans see the world. They can make a mind as large as the world and then shrink it right down. There are 4 sophons in total, and each pair is entangled on a quantum level. There are 2 on Earth and 2 that remain with the aliens. Since they have no mass, they were sent to Earth at a speed faster than light and landed months ago at the best scientific places in the world. They wrapped the planet in illusions, distorting what people see with countdowns and doomsday prophecies. Terrified by the visions Sofan is playing, Jin and Thomas remove their headsets, only to find all the computers blinking. Screens all over the world are taken over as well and soon a message appears in all the languages saying you are bugs. Then a strange veil covers the sky with a great eye looking down on everyone and reflecting everything at the same time. Soon the entire world's population starts panic and riots take over the streets to the point the army is sent out to try to calm people down. Information is sent out about still having 400 years to get ready, but it doesn't help. The UN promises they'll have a plan yet nobody believes them. Mandatory curfews are in place and some religious sects begin worshipping the new alien overlords. Other people have started to self-delete and their bodies are lined up near the Thames. At Thomas Manor, he's gathering soldiers and scientists to try to think of a plan. He wants to send up a probe to intercept the enemy fleet to learn more about them, but it'd take 398 years to reach them. Then Thomas meets with Jin and asks her to find a way to make the probe move faster. After lots of thinking, Jin proposes they should use nuclear weapons to pull off something called nuclear pulse propulsion. This means their ship would use a radiation sail to be propelled after a series of atomic bombs out in space. The scientist team immediately shuts the idea down because it's very expensive and the margin for error is incredibly small. They believe they have 400 years and time is on their side, but Thomas disagrees and approves Jin's plan. To get the money, an organization called the Stars Our Destination starts selling stars to rich people. Later Jin visits Augie and asks her to join the project. However, Augie gets furious when she hears she'd be working with Thomas, who she thinks is a murderer. She turns down the offer, saying this project will just result in another Hiroshima. In the morning, Jin and will chat on the beach and release 2 paper boats on the sea. Later Will tells Augie that what Jin needs is her, pointing out that Augie has tons of knowledge and talent. He knows Jin wouldn't get involved in anything if it wasn't for the greater good. This changes Augie's mind, so she goes to see Jin to accept her offer. At the same time, Will sees the boats come back and thinks it's a sign, so he decides to use all the money Jack left him to buy a star. Afterward Will shares the news with Saul, only to suddenly pass out. He's immediately taken to a hospital while the star plaque is sent to Jin because Will put it under her name. Meanwhile Clarence visits Wenji and demands to know why Vera jumped. It turns out Vera intercepted the messages between Wenji and Mike and ended things because she was ashamed of her family. Eventually Wenji is released and an agent follows her, only to see she goes back to her home. In the lab, the team finally manages to put a chimpanzee in frozen sleep without killing it. When they wake it up, they make the chimpanzee do some tests to confirm its brain is still working well. The animal is as smart and alert as it was before sleeping, although it pukes after eating a banana. This is seen as a normal side effect and the experiment is considered a success, so now they need to test it on humans. The team later informs Thomas that the probe would only be able to carry a very small person to leave room for the explosives. They conclude they could send only the brain, so it must come from someone who knows about science but also will die soon. Thomas realizes Will fits perfectly, which makes Augie and Jin freak out. Since Thomas ignores their protests and rushes to make a call, Augie decides to quit. When Augie returns to her old job, she discovers she's been kicked out from the Nano project and her sponsor is keeping her research. Furious, Augie leaks everything on dozens of open source platforms like WikiLeaks, making the technology available to everyone. In the meantime, Jin visits Will to explain the project to him. Will says he won't do anything if Jin doesn't want him to, which makes her cry. Later Thomas shows up and offers him to sign the contract, which affirms Jin's loyalty to the human race. At that moment Will decides not to sign because his loyalty isn't to humanity, it's to Jin. Thomas promises to come back with a modified contract. Sometime later, Saul visits Will to try to convince him not to do it. Will ignores it and takes a tablet from a nurse, which he uses to consent that he wants to self-delete. By the time Jin shows up, Will is already dead and the doctors are removing his brain. In a caravan in a forest, Tatiana is having breakfast when she's suddenly contacted by Sofan, who tells her she's part of them and something much larger than herself. At the airport, Wenji realizes she's being followed and switches seats to be next to the agent. Eventually they reach Inner Mongolia and the agent agrees to drive Wenji to the old base, which is in ruins. As she thinks about the past, Wenji considers ending things for herself, but Tatiana arrives to stop her. She explains falling would be incredibly painful, but she can offer something gentle and painless. The women sit to watch the sunset and Tatiana tells Wenji she deserves to rest as Wenji dies. Meanwhile Saul has come to terms with the fact humanity is doomed, so he spends his time smoking and enjoying one-night stands. One day while taking a walk with his latest date, Saul is knocked off by someone skating past, which causes a bunch of cars to stop or crash until the Uber Saul called for hits his date. Afterward Saul is interrogated by Clarence, who knows Saul talked to Wenji before she left the country and was murdered. Saul's date was killed by a self-driving car, so Clarence believes Saul is being targeted by the aliens and he was accidentally saved by the skater. Next Saul is given bulletproof clothes and taken to the United Nations in New York, where the Planetary Defense Council is holding a meeting to discuss the Wallfacer project. The aliens have access to all their technology but can't read humans' minds, so they've chosen 3 people called Wallfacers, who will have to make a plan to defeat the aliens. They mustn't tell anyone about it to keep it safe, and they'll be able to exploit every resource needed without having to explain their actions. The chosen people are a general with an impressive military history, a professor with experience in asymmetrical battles, and Saul because of his studies under the greatest scientific minds. Saul is in shock but behaves during the ceremony. However, when it's done, he asks why he was actually chosen, and the leader reveals it's because the aliens must be watching him for a reason. Furious, Saul rejects the offer and leaves the building, only to suddenly get shot. Clarence immediately takes him to the hospital, and when Saul wakes up, he learns he only has a broken rib. Saul appears on the news and learns his shooter was caught, so he asks Clarence to bring him over. When the cops bring the sniper, Saul asks him why the aliens care so much about him. The guy doesn't know, he's just a religious fanatic that wants to do the Lord's work. In the forest, Tatiana comes back from the grocery store and finds the caravan's door open. She goes inside with her gun out, only to discover a headset was left for her. After reading a note that says if one of us survives, we all survive, she puts the headset on. Sometime later, Saul joins Jin to watch the probe launch. The frozen brain is successfully loaded in the probe, which quickly takes off. The probe flies through space and the nuclear explosives go off without issues, but after a strong beginning, the trajectory deviates from its initial path and the probe jets off in the wrong direction. Everyone in ground control is speechless at their failure. Later Thomas is in his private plane arranging things for the Wallfacers when suddenly the electronics start glitching out. Sofan appears on the screen and makes the plane shake before appearing in front of Thomas. She announces that he's a strong leader, so the aliens will be watching him and influencing everything he does until the day he dies. Thomas has a vision of the countdown and his death before Sofan disappears. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos.